Evelyn, this is Charles. I'm on my way in. I'm attending in person. I just had an 8 o'clock meeting I'm coming from.
Sounds good. See you soon.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you can please take a seat if you are going to be present here today for Planning Commission. Welcome all in person and online. It is Friday, August 7th. Somehow we are in August already. You are here for the Cleveland City Planning Commission. We will now call the meeting to order. To start, we will hear the preamble and meeting procedures.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conduct their meetings in a manner modeled after Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Recusals from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask that online participants use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through proper channels have been considered. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. Proper channels for comments are listed below. Communication with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the Wednesday noon deadline are collected by city planning staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to any scheduled meeting. Proper channels for public comment. Sending an email to the city planning at clevelandohio.gov address with a comment or a letter. Calling and or leaving a message at 216-664-2210. Sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall. Meeting rules and procedures. The chair will call each agenda item, and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation has concluded, the chair will ask planning staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations, if applicable, and any public comments received. Public comments received through the proper channels by the deadline are distributed to commission members prior to the meeting. Staff will also identify any members of the public present and scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff, if applicable. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member, except the chair, may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called. Protocol for public comments. This meeting of Cleveland City Planning Commission is a lawful meeting that follows the following policies regarding public commentary per Section 605.04 of the Codified Ordinances. No person, with purpose to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting, shall do any act which obstructs or interferes with the due conduct of such meeting. Members of the public may provide public comment if required by law, in accordance with our rules, and sometimes at the discretion of the chair. Disruptions include, but are not limited to, speaking out of turn and or making loud utterances that interfere with the due conduct of this lawful meeting and may constitute a misdemeanor and a violation of Section 605.04. If this meeting is substantially disrupted, the chair will call for a recess and the room will be cleared. Persons who violate the city ordinances and commit misdemeanors may be subject to prosecution. When this body is able to return from recess, then in compliance with the Ohio Open Meeting Act, if applicable, and Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinances, the meeting will be open to the public.
This is their FAFO warning.
Please make sure those that are online, your computer is muted. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Can you please call the roll call?
Okay. Erica, Anthony. Yep, Anthony.
It's okay. Present.
Luker.
Present.
McRae Scott. Is she online yet? Not present yet. Okay. Sergeant.
Present.
Slife. maybe?
He's in brow. He might not be able to unmute.
I see him on there. Sure. Okay, and Whitfield.
Present.
Awesome. We have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes from the July 24th meeting. We've all had a chance to review those in advance. We will need a motion.
Madam Chair, a motion for approval of the minutes from the previous meeting.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Abstain.
Sergeant,
Yes.
Florae, maybe, no? And Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Our first order of business today is out of the Central East Design Review. This is the Shaker Square Vision Plan. I know we have a few recusals, so I'm going to allow Vice Chair Fluker and Commissioner Member Sargent. Are you recusing on this one as well?
I'm not recusing. I no longer work for have affiliations with MABUR Progress.
Did you hear that?
He said he's not recusing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. I'll invite the project representatives up,
I
please.
think he's, but he left.
Welcome. If you can just
He's
please
not
make sure
recusing.
your mic is on, it'll be green. I'm gonna swear you all in and then we'll go ahead and get started. We don't have. Yeah. Double micing over there? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth for this matter and hearing under penalty of perjury?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Awesome. And
Do you
then,
guys want the clicker?
do you want the clicker?
Yeah, it's this right button and it's controlling this laptop, so it might be helpful to point it. Yeah.
Welcome.
We're in with Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. We are the owners of Shaker Square, and just for context purposes, we purchased in 2022. We then spent over $5 million on capital repairs, and we created the Shaker Square Vision Plan with the help of Agency LP. With that, we started that process in 2024 and continued into 2025, and we're here today to seek approval. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alan Penniman with Agency Landscape and Planning. As Corey mentioned, we were retained to facilitate the vision plan for Shaker Square. We're a Boston-based landscape architecture and urban planning firm, although our co-founder is a native of Shaker Heights. So I'm going to very briefly walk through this presentation, which was delivered at the culmination of the vision plan.
Alan, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Our final commission member that we need in order to have quorum is having some travel delays. And so I'm hoping that we
Walking up
can,
from the parking garage right now.
not you, Charles, Denise.
Although if he, does he,
Sorry for this interruption. Councilman, do you intend on recusing for the Shaker Square Vision Plan?
No, because I am a member of the CNP board as the council member, it's not a conflict of interest.
All right. Freaky Friday, I
I'm a
told
member
y'all.
of the board in the
All right,
official
so we are going
capacity
to
as
then
council.
proceed. Charles is listening, and so he will be able to vote when he makes his way upstairs. So again, sorry for the interruption, Alan.
It's all
I will
good.
allow you to proceed.
No worries. And I understand that the commission got this presentation in advance and has reviewed it, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. However, so this was originally delivered at the Atlas Cinema. We overfilled the main theater. It was a very sort of celebratory event at the culmination of the vision plan, just to give you some context. So we did some feedback exercises at that event, and of course, invite people to keep in touch beyond the plan. But to get into the content of it, we were not the first planning exercise, dating back to the origins of the project as a streetcar shopping center going to Tower Center. We sort of dug into the archives to see where we can plug into the original design. So understanding the context that we were walking into with the purchase of the plan and the previous vision plan, also changing retail landscape, both with developments within the city, as well as competing shopping districts in the suburbs. So we're all very cognizant of that to inform the vision plan. And also taking stock of progress already underway. Corey mentioned the $5 million in upgrades, and more has come since the opening of Koyokan and Cafe Indigo, et cetera. And perhaps most importantly, it was no surprise that we filled the Atlas Cinema. We went to great lengths to solicit input from the community on all zip codes around the square. This is just a little sampling of the many ways in which we engaged folks. And that was over roughly a year-long process where we did, a series of understanding, imagining, exploring, creating the vision, and then finalizing that plan. And then that small text that you can't read, you can see the particular engagement points. Specifically, pop-ups were very effective. As you can see, those little dots are showing every single place that we popped up. And we did this to try to fill gaps where if we weren't hearing from particular geography or, subgroup of the community, we did a pop-up in that area to really try to get a balanced to a cross-cut of input. We also did some targeted outreach focus groups with merchants. We did a youth workshop. And we had a steering committee that we met with monthly. Here's some photos of some of those sessions. And all of that was the basis for the vision plan, which I'll walk you through now. There are 3 pillars to it. The sort of the branding tagline for it is a new era for a Cleveland classic. And the idea is to make it inviting, inspiring, and timeless. I'll begin with inviting. So here's the overall sort of framework for the design. Okay, you can't see the clicker there. What you're seeing is an expanded public space in front of the retail, allowing retail spaces to spill out. You're seeing improving connections between the interior green space and the circumferential public realm. You're seeing safer crossings, safer parking, and other various improvements that I will walk you through in more detail. So, inviting, foster an authentic and welcoming everyday retail experience in the square. The vision plan provides a framework for doing that by combining the interests of consumers, businesses, and owners. There's a series of goals. The first of those goals is an inviting and diverse retail mix. So just doing the work of sustaining a really nice diverse mix of retailers that's going to attract and sustain an audience. There's particular criteria for that at the ground level. So having more pedestrian oriented retail, more repeat customers, things like that. And dealing with the buildings themselves in a way that can support ground floor retail. So I mentioned that spill out space onto the public realm, service in the back, display space along the facade if you want to put a rack of clothes out, things like that. So we thought through not just the public realm, but also the private spaces to make them the best they can be for ground floor retail. And then at the upper level, the goal is to have a mix of more production-focused, appointment-based uses. So that could be artisans, that can be sort of appointment-based businesses like therapy, things like that. And this is actually facilitated by an elevator investment that Corey has achieved. You can see that in the vision plan here to allow those upper spaces to be ADA accessible. You're probably familiar with third spaces, a place to gather in a community that's not your home or your work. That was a key goal, and which has already been realized through Cafe Indigo. And finally, the spirit of the community. So just supporting small businesses, trying to keep things local where we can and make it authentically Cleveland. But we also explored the role of housing and how this both helps to have more customers, but it also takes some of the pressure off of retail from a financial standpoint, spreads your risk. So we looked at a few different types of housing and places where that can go, both on CNP owned land, which you're seeing in the darker blue, then also through partnerships on adjacent parcels at the four corners, including the parcel to the lower of your screen right here would probably be actually the best site for housing. Okay, so on to the second of three pillars, inspiring. Make Shaker Square a local and regional destination. So this really focuses on the public realm, and the big moves here are improving the arrival sequence, improving the promenade around the park, and then improving the green in the middle of the park. So whether you're arriving on the Rapid, by bike, if you're coming from the Doan Brook, the idea is to really have an inspiring gateway into Shaker Square, know that you've arrived. And if you're coming by car, it could look like this behind Atlas Cinema, having a nice promenade through the tunnels, feeling of safety, feeling of sort of a celebratory entrance. That also extends into the square, improving the connections between the central green and the promenade, which could look a little something like this. You're seeing wider sidewalks, you're seeing places to sit, protection from cars, shade, festival lighting, things like that. Then the green itself, we heard some feedback, it can be a little bit isolated, it's dangerous, you have to cross Shaker Boulevard, take your life into your own hands to get there. So what this is proposing to do is activate the four corners through play in some cases, and then gatherings, for example, like a concert series, as a way to sort of activate that center. And this is an example of what that might look like on a kid's birthday. Corey, I don't know if you play sax, but we were sort of inspired by what you might be able to contribute. And part of that is programming too. It's not just physical. There's already a lot of programming going on with various music festivals and the farmers market. So that's a big part of this as well. And that brings us to the last of the three pillars, timeless. So respecting Shaker's history while stewarding it for the future. One of the steering committee members said to us, "Don't reinvent us, relaunch us." And that really is the basis for this third pillar. So storytelling is a big part of that. Again, going back to the storied history of Shaker Square and its role in the 20s and that sort of thing. So we can tell that through environmental signage, through online branding, et cetera. But then also positioning Shaker Square in the very competitive ecosystem of retail. I alluded to this at the beginning, but just figuring out how to make it, again, emphasizing local shops and that district look and feel will really help distinguish it from some of the suburban shopping malls and some of the other offerings that we're competing with. These are some of the elements of place where that happens. Everything from physical things like architecture to metaphysical things, if you will, brand expression. All of those are ways to reinforce that story of Shaker Square. There's also some under the hood strategy around retail, retention and attraction, certain leasing techniques, et cetera, to help you get that mix that you want. Clean, green, and safe, maintenance, safety, stewardship. These are all major components. And then partnerships. We looked at a few different futures for the square, both a sale future and a retention future. Vision-based, meaning really getting buy-in to this vision that we just walked through and using that to leverage a sale future. On the bottom, stabilization based. So that's really investing in the physical buildings, getting them in really good shape, and then going to a sale. And then long-term partnership, what these sort of abstract squares are suggesting is the housing that I mentioned earlier. So trying to find partnerships with external bodies to leverage capital to realize the vision in the long term. These are a few pros and cons of either of the three approaches. Sort of put that to Corey's team to figure out the best way forward. So to sort of wrap this up, there's a lot more detail into getting into the weeds, which we won't do right now, but it's there. again, this was presented publicly, so we did a feedback exercise. And mentioned just a couple of things like the elevators that are coming online. But I wanted to end on this slide, which is the detailed illustrative plan. So if there are any questions about the site, I'm happy to speak to those as we have the full plan up there. Thank you.
What a great pace. Thank you so much, Alan. Councilwoman, did you want to come up and make any remarks? Oh, there's plenty of chairs. Bring your chair. Just make sure the mic is green so we can hear you.
Yes, Councilwoman Gray, Deborah, I do.
Thank you. I think you're kind of like always sworn in as a councilwoman.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But just any comments or anything you would like to add to the presentation?
Oh, yes, definitely. This is where I live. Thank you. I'm humbled just to become council in the area that I've been in this area over 38 years, and to see the growth that that has become to our community, and also to meet the team. It was a drilling almost a year or so just to get to the agency that we chose to reinvent Shaker Square. The team was fantastic. The residents who was on the steering committee was fantastic. And after we got to that point, to get to this point, it was just say we arrived. And I like the comment that the gentleman said that Shaker Square don't want to be recreated. We want to be relaunched. So that right there tells you the whole, in a nutshell, that the purpose was rewarding, to see the whole presentation again. It's colorful, it's beautiful, it's inviting. We're here to save Shaker Square because that is our main nucleus of the neighborhood, and I do support this presentation, and also the agency, and also Florae and CPI. Okay.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Councilwoman. Appreciate you being here and sharing your support. Before I turn it over to my fellow commission members, just want to see if there's anyone present that would like to provide public comment in support, either in person or online. Anyone present or online that would like to provide support in opposition to this project? Hearing none, we will close the public comment portion, and I will open up to my colleagues for comments or questions. I'm happy to start with just a few maybe technical questions. The steering committee that you all have been working with, is there intention on keeping them retained in any shape or form, or how will community involvement continue post the approval of the plan?
This community is very active, and although we haven't hosted any meetings with the steering committee, I'm in touch with probably half of them on a weekly basis as they continue to check in. And there's multiple groups in the area that have Shaker Square on their list of items that they continually check in on.
Thank you. And then geographically, can you talk about behind Shaker Square? Is that part of the ownership? I'm just trying to orient myself a bit. So going toward like Moreland behind Shaker Square, is that part of the ownership?
Yes, so there are 4 quads. The lower southeast quadrant, which is Quad B, is privately owned.
Okay.
And the rest, although all different sizes, are owned or an agreement with an apartment owner or condo building over there that we have shared parking.
Gotcha. And then I know in the plan you all talk about, which I really appreciated, the difference in usage for ground level versus upper retail spaces or upper spaces that could be used for like artists and things of that nature. I don't think I've ever gone upstairs anywhere in Shaker Square, so this is just my own lack of knowledge. How populated are, I guess, the upper units in Shaker Square? Have they been utilized regularly, or would this be kind of a part of the rebirth or the relaunch of better utilizing the physical space?
It's very quad to quad, but there are some that have seen each quad is a little different, but some of the quads have more improvements than others. So for example, the upper left-hand corner, which is the northwest quad, has not been touched for a long time. So it's about probably 40% occupancy. It's very 1950s dentist office layout.
Okay. I'll pause here so my other colleagues can ask questions or share comments.
Madam Chair, for the applicant, just a question about the kind of scenarios with vision. I think Alan outlined 3 scenarios in terms of, keeping ownership or selling, and just wanting to understand what are the kind of safeguards in place that the master plan is to be referenced, carried through in all of these 3 different scenarios.
Thank you for that question. This is currently in process conversation with the city of Cleveland. We did an RFP to see what interest was out there, because initially the terms of our lending were that we would sell, I believe, in 2029. We wanted to see who was out there that might have interest. We did not get the interest that we felt comfortable with. And so we plan on working with the city on that debt. The debt is what secures the future of the square, and we are saying we are the future for at least the midterm. So we plan on owning it based off of that low interest level. And additionally, we can get into more weeds about it, but generally speaking, we plan on owning it. We've talked about partnerships where we own the green space, and we have a partner that purchases and is willing to do the implementation of the vision plan, but that hasn't come to fruition at the moment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, to the applicant, I think a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of thought, and I think it's about time, and I'm excited to see what we're hearing and what we're seeing here. And I do have one question, not to raise it, but there's a issue with the car wash and all that stuff. And what's going on with that? What are you thinking? It's sort of a vacant space, not to create a sore point here, but it just, out of curiosity, what's your thinking there?
So the car wash is the car wash site is privately owned by another individual. It is within this plan shown as housing. I believe that the city of Cleveland has tackled that in many different ways through when the demolition of that the building that had historically existed there was taken on. So I think that's squarely within the city of Cleveland's realm, but we would like to see a higher and better use than what was proposed.
I think that's fair. I think we all have heard and read, the news and what the decisions are, but I think it's important to hear that from you here at this table. Thank you.
I'll just jump in. One, I kind of said this as I was walking upstairs, but just for the record, as council member, I am on planning commission in my official capacity as a council member. I'm also on the neighborhood progress board as the council member. So the way that the law department or the city attorneys have explained it to me is that there is not a conflict because I'm doing both of these things in my official role. So I just wanted to state that out there. And in case it comes up, I maybe getting a little out of my lane because I'm very much a West Sider, but I used to commute to and from Mayfield Heights via Shaker Boulevard. And my experience was that most of the people that are, instead of traveling through Shaker Square, they sort of divert to Larchmere, Woodland, or to Buckeye rather than staying on Shaker. And actually the traffic, if you continue on Shaker westbound towards downtown, really drops off. People divert over towards Larchmere for some reason. I bring it up because I am not sure that the maintaining shaker through the square is hypercritical, and I'm wondering the degree that that was analyzed and maybe refuted.
It was definitely a big topic. You know, we're familiar that a previous vision had proposed to close it. And we heard a lot of feelings about it. I would say mostly in favor of keeping it open. And where the plan landed is sort of a hybrid option. It's very hard to see, but it's designed in a way that where Shaker Boulevard comes through the square, it could be closed off for events such as the farmers market. So those two, you're seeing like a special paver and like that light pink, which is designed to better accommodate vendor trucks and things like that, so they don't damage the grass. They can sort of put their tents on the curbs, and then those little circles in the crosswalk are where bollards, either sort of sunken or they could be just cones or whatever, could be set up so that during event days you could shut it down, but during a typical day you could leave it open. Sorry, one more note too. Just since we're zoomed in, you're seeing some traffic coming. So at the intersections, you're seeing curb extensions to slow down traffic and shorten the distance that pedestrians need to cross. And then also the double-sided parking going through the square is intended to maintain the parking count, but also to slow traffic down as well, and activate the center of the square. Sorry, that's more than you're asking.
No, okay, that's fine. And I will sort of defer to the local neighborhood rather than hyper focusing on one thing. I guess my personal opinion is like public square and keeping the buses through. It actually takes longer to get around public square because of all the signalization than it would be if it was just treated as a giant roundabout, kind of like Philadelphia City Hall. And I think the same thing here. There's so much signalization with having to also accommodate the rapid and everything that I always wonder if removing that roadway and just having people go around as a traffic circle would actually allow traffic to flow slowly but more efficiently rather than signalizing. And sometimes I worry that when things are over signalized, it incentivizes aggressive driving because people are trying to make the light. So I kind of just throw that out there. I obviously, that's maybe an aspect of the plan that, there could be some flexibility on, but I just kind of throw it out there as an idea. But thanks for your response.
I'll just add to that, Councilman Syfe. We now we work with MoCap, and we're going to be doing resurfacing on the Shaker Boulevard, Warrensville, Drexmore area, with RTA and also MoCap. And then next year, we're doing a full west and east side, resurfacing of Shaker Square. So that's going to happen with. So that's going to help with the traffic flow.
Thank you, Councilman and Councilwoman. There are no further comments or questions. I would ask the commission member to move forward with a motion.
I will move approval of the Shaker Square Vision Plan as presented.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony?
Yes.
McCray Scott, I think, is here.
Yes, I am here. I just got off the airplane. I am so sorry. We've been stranded because of the weather. I've been in the airport for over 17 hours. But I did hear part of the presentation, and I am very familiar. So I don't know if I can still vote.
Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. Sweet.
Okay.
All right, Sergeant,
Yes.
Slife,
Yes.
and Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you all so much.
Madam Chair, while we switch agenda items, I'll just add a couple of contextual elements related to work around Shaker Square. As the councilwoman mentioned, there's a capital project coming through for Shaker Boulevard that's currently in the engagement phase, so that there's an opportunity to incorporate some of the plan recommendations into that project. This area is also a landmarks district, so in terms of specific design or proposals for buildings, those go to Landmarks Commission rather than coming to Planning Commission. However, Planning Commission is of course charged with adopting plans as we did today, as well as reviewing and approving zoning regulations. And so that is one additional follow on to this vision plan that Planning Commission will be seeing in the future.
Thank you, Director. All right, so moving on to a conditional use and zoning referral.
Yeah, so this one is actually being withdrawn.
Oh, it's withdrawn.
Does not need to be seen by Planning Commission at this time, so we are going to withdraw this conditional use. I don't know if we need to do an official motion, Callie, or just move on. The applicant is withdrawing, correct?
So just a little bit of context on this one. We had been processing this billboard as a replacement for an existing legal non-conforming sign. Through research in the records room, we were able to verify that that should be classified as a new sign and processed through that portion of our regulations, which sends it to the Board of Zoning Appeals rather than Planning Commission. And so that is why this has been on our agenda, but is now being referred to the Board of Zoning Appeals because Planning Commission doesn't have the authority per code for new sign approvals, non-conforming new sign approvals.
I don't think so.
Moving on to Northeast Design Review. Our first item is PRJ 26-011433. This is a demolition at 6313 St. Clair. If I can have the project representative, Albert.
I'm Mike Schott. I'm representing, I believe Albert is on by, I know Sebastian is on, but I thought Albert said he was trying to log in. Do you see him? No? No.
Okay, well, I will swear in who is present.
Yeah,
And then we'll kind of go from there and welcome.
I can cover what he was going to speak to, and I was going to take the lead anyway. I'm the lawyer for the owner of the property. And again, Mike Schott.
Okay,
And
and then your name, sir? And just, yep.
I'm Chief Assistant Director of Law, David Roberts, and I'm here. Mr. Schott is dealing with different arms of the city at the same time. So I'm here to try to unify our position for him so he doesn't hear a different argument from the planning department that he hears from the building department, which is pushing him through a code enforcement action to tear this building down. But at the same time, if the city is saying, no, we don't want you to tear it down, then we need to accommodate that in some way, either in the criminal prosecution or in our recommendation today. So I'm just here to try to unify that for Mr. Schott's client.
Thank you so much, sir. If there are any other representatives associated with this project, you can come up to the table as well. That way I can just swear everybody in one full swoop. I'll swear you in and just state your name again for the record if you haven't done so already. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth for this matter and hearing under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And
Mike Schott.
Thank you. Sebastian?
Sebastian Kajemi, I do.
Thank you. Sorry.
Terry Hamilton Brown, I do.
Thank you so much. I guess we'll start with you, Mike.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I did speak with another representative of the law department, so I was aware you might be here. And we exchanged several calls, but never spoke last night in terms of whether we had at the last meeting been directed to communicate with the CDC. Ms. Hamilton Brown is here, so she can speak for herself, but we did have a phone call where she suggested donation, but also said that there are complexities with that, both with the code violations as well as the garage itself clearly needs tear down and may even be occupied. And then with respect to issues with how, if they were to take it over, how they would own it. I did send in 2 slides. Do you have those? So that's a picture, obviously, of the facility, which we had provided last time. It's been unoccupied and that was the garage, that last photo. Which I think everyone concedes needs to be torn down. This just describes the site in terms of the land records. It's narrow, 33.5 feet by about 136 feet. The depth wasn't calculated. I did that arithmetic based on the overall square footage and acreage of the site. So it's, in other words, a narrow but deep site, and has a facility on it currently that's both commercial on the first floor rated, and then residential on the second floor. And so what we prepared, and I don't know if people can see this well enough or not, but my old eyes can almost read it, so I hope yours can as well. What we first did was a demolition assessment. Thank you. And looked at the square footage of the structure. There's serious roofing issues that that figure does not calculate a full replacement roof, which if Mr. Robinson were here could speak to because he's inspected the property as have others, that it could in fact need a full roof replacement. What's not in this side of the aspect of the pro forma, this is essentially a rehabilitation and rental pro forma. Our lead and asbestos abatement, I mean, this is approximately a 120-year-old structure based on the records. It's been unoccupied for close to, I think, 20 years now, and it's in bad shape, but until the late 80s or the mid 80s, lead paint was used and asbestos was used for even residential structures. And so we don't have a figure in for that. Mr. Congemi can speak to that it's probably in the realm of an additional $50,000 expense to come into compliance with those. So that 288 could easily grow to about a $330,000 to $40,000 expense. If you can just go down a little bit, what I did is assume the two rentals upstairs at $750 for two bedroom units. That's probably an aggressive number in this market at this point. And then we don't have anyone looking for commercial space currently in that area that we've been able to locate, but that's an approximate $1,250 a month rent for the downstairs space. So it shows revenue, sort of an 85% occupancy, and that's you're not going to have everybody there all the time forever. And ignoring the abatement issues of lead and paint, there's a $7,000 to $12,000 revenue shortfall in the current market. Meaning it's uneconomic to currently rehabilitate the project, and this doesn't incorporate the garage has to come down in any event at probably about a $10,000 expense. I then turn to, and if you continue down the page, a new build, essentially 3 townhomes or condos. That's about the most you could put in that space. Mr. Congemi can speak to this later. He's doing an historic rehabilitation project at Dalmays currently, and he is also doing construction in Cleveland. I used $135 a square foot, knowing that that's aggressively inexpensive, if you will. And he said, I don't think you could get it done for that. But that requires an approximate $1 million investment to redevelop this, and hasn't really thrown in the base cost for the property and demo of the property. But again, with those aggressive assumptions, it's still not ripe for redevelopment. But I think that area is going to get there. That's what my client's perspective is that, and so he was waiting for a gradual improvement to the market, which I think is happening. Less gradual, I guess, but I think it is happening. And then he got cited for 21 code violations, which is what we heard from the assistant law director, which we're dealing with currently in court. So Mr. Robinson, when the code violations came up, was retained to do a demolition application. And then that's how we ended up here, because this is, well, it's not a landmark structure or historical designated structure. It is a historic area. And currently, I mean, it's unoccupied. It's not going to get a certificate of occupancy. It has none of the infrastructure to be occupied, and the roof is insecure. And as we discussed briefly, the likelihood of asbestos and lead is being present, which would be dealt with in the demolition, but would require remediation at a probably round number $50,000 expense. The owner himself has looked at rehabilitation. He's investigated financing. Lenders have not indicated a willingness currently to finance, in part based on the pro forma. But his plans are whether sale or condo or apartments to ultimately want to put something in there that would be a dramatic enhancement to the area. And he has, I think, a realistic redevelopment vision when the economics support it. I'd like to just have a couple minutes of commentary from Mr. Congemi, who's sworn in, and then other than sort of a closing, would summarize our presentation and be open for questions. So with that, Mr. Congemi, could you just briefly describe your experience with the historic rehabilitation and redevelopment in Cleveland?
Yes. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, everybody. So I've been doing construction and redevelopment for a few years and working on properties that have gone anywhere from in Collinwood, flipping homes and remodels to 700,000 plus additions and tie-ins. We've dealt with century homes that have unusual structural systems, very old plumbing, mechanical, electrical, different framing and foundation issues, and unforeseen conditions that come with opening up these older buildings. And like Mike mentioned, they're doing the Doll Maze restoration. That's something that we're working on East 46th in the central neighborhood between Central. And with the old structures, besides the asbestos and lead abatement, what we're finding out is actually during the Gilded Age of Cleveland, which was between 1870 and 1910, that was when there was the economic boom of Cleveland. And a lot of these older structures, actually, we're finding out most of these older structures back then were using sanitary and sewer systems that were tied together. And that's going to be additional work and expense. And that's just the beginning. And that's just like the unforeseen type of conditions that make estimating restoration costs so difficult. And him mentioning our project it's a good example of why restoration sometimes makes sense and sometimes doesn't. We're restoring these two homes into museums because of their extraordinary historic and cultural significance. And the project can ultimately be supported through incentives, subsidized funding, tax abatements, grants, hopefully corporate sponsorships and private donors. But without those types of factors, restoring these types of buildings it can be very difficult and very, very difficult to justify financially.
Have you not created a nonprofit for that the museum restoration at Delmaze. Is that right?
Actually, we formed a nonprofit in order to achieve our goals, which is to restore these buildings to their to put them back into performance as they once were.
So turning your focus, if you will, Sebastian, to the pro forma, did you review this and did you have thoughts and reactions to the numbers that are presented here?
Yeah, there's definitely the tax, the asbestos and lead abatement is probably going to be minimally like 25,000. I mean, it could be up to like 75,000. The number of the square footage is, probably $10 per square foot, a little bit low. But this is like a very, it doesn't cover a lot of the stuff that you'll find in these old buildings. And they could be anything from like the foundation, like the plumbing, like I said, but also like foundational issues. You start moving dirt around there, you're going to, you might uncover stuff that you didn't realize you'd have. And, and that's probably a good reason why the banks aren't financing a project like this. But that would be my opinion on it, is that there's quite a bit there that's in the gray area that you just don't know yet. And putting a new build where you have a solid foundation is, in my opinion, would be a better move. And we're going to be doing infill housing that the Cleveland Land Bank is offering us when we restore these homes. We have to do borings to see how these were demoed before, and if they just dumped everything in, how everything's compacted. All of these issues are like issues that you have with this type of an old property and the situation that it's in.
Very good. So I know that there's a full agenda, so I tried to compact what we were presenting, but that summarizes the presentation for this morning for the commission.
Thank you so much. So I'm Terry Hamilton Brown, Executive Director of St. Clair Superior Development Corporation, and I'm here to object to the demolition request by the owner of 6313 St. Clair. A primary focus of the CDC's work is revitalizing the neighborhood, and that includes the St. Clair Commercial Corridor. I brought, if you might, photographs of existing businesses on St. Clair Avenue in the area of this property, new storefront projects that are currently happening, investment in public art, and a community park that's adjacent to this property. The community park is activated throughout the summers, as well as photographs of longstanding stakeholders adjacent to this property who are investing and have additional investment plans in the community. As an example, St. Martin de Porres High School is planning a new campus, I think they are calling it Community Life Center for the Block West, which is over a $20 million investment. The rec center has been improved. And the Slovenian National Home, where our office is located, longstanding property for stakeholder, continues to invest in its property. We also, as a CDC, receive calls from prospective buyers and owners who are interested in buying in the neighborhood. We never knew that this owner would be interested in selling their property. St. Clair, well, this property, 6313, should not be demolished. It should have an owner who sees its potential and has experience in carrying out redevelopment, revitalization, or just doing the repairs. It has sat for a long time with no repairs that I'm aware of, but I don't have the full history. I did speak with Attorney Schott, and I proposed that our nonprofit would be interested in a donation, receiving the property through a donation, and that we would be responsible for improving it and bringing it into compliance with the city. I said we would be interested, but we would need additional information. And I specifically, we talked about the property, he's correct. I did advise him that I think that a garage should be demolished and that I think someone's living in it. And that should be taken care of. I also asked for information about the interior of the building. I asked if there was information from the city or the owner or the demolition contractor. The attorney said, and we talked about other things, but he said he would speak to the property owner and get back to me. And that did not happen, and that's why I am here. I believe that as you look at the photos that I've shared, the character, the uniqueness, we just saw a presentation about authenticity at Shaker Square. What's really interesting about St. Clair Avenue and the commercial corridor is the variety of businesses, the variety of architecture, and all of us pulling together to improve it. So I ask that you deny this request, and I would ask that the owner have conversations with us or with others to see about a future for this building that does not include demolition.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton Brown. And my apologies, I should have started before you went, just opening up the floor for anyone that would like to provide public comment. We'll start with those that are opposed to this project. Anybody else in the room or online? Hearing none, I'll open up the floor for anyone that is in support of this project in person or online. Hearing none, we're going to close the public comment portion, excuse me, open up for commission member comments and questions.
All right. I'm a bit confused because I do remember this case came before us, and the whole point of postponing the decision was to allow you to talk to the CDC to come up with what we thought would be a path that would be amicable for both parties. And apparently it doesn't seem like that happened. So you lost me someplace. And you opine on why you're back and you don't have a plan?
We did discuss, and recollections are always different. It's sort of the telephone game from grade school that stories are different. But what the director of the CDC left me with the impression that she was going to get back with me, because she said, we can't own the property even if my client were to donate it. And we would need to speak to the city about the violations, because we don't have funding to rehabilitate the project. And until last night, when I heard both from Ms. Mearsman and from Russ Gates from the city prosecution department saying that the city would be here, I heard nothing back. So what I heard in the conversation was not that my client wanted to contribute it anyway. I mean, he's invested in this because he very much is interested in the development of this location. And immediately adjacent to this is a large open space. So this would simply increase that open space by demolition, removing you saw the structure. It's a sad looking building. And so I apologize. I thought you were going to call me back in terms of whether or not it was even practical to for you to take this on at this time. But what I thought, failing that, was it was incumbent on me to share the economics of this that currently make it unfeasible, not financeable to rehabilitate this. And arguably, if you have donated funds, that alters it, but my client has to do it with his own funds and or leveraged funds from a financing institution.
I'm not quite sure you answered the question. However, so Ms. Hamilton Brown, again, I don't want to help litigate this here, but I think it's a very simple proposition. Say, allow us to conduct some due diligence and we can have a conversation about transferring the property. There's other vehicles for a property to be transferred, and most of the times it doesn't go to the CDC. It could go to Cuyahoga County Land Bank and they'll hold it. There's other ways to avoid this. Avoid the issue. So I don't know why that conversation can't happen. It's happening now. If you think about it.
No, it did happen. That's what yes.
So
Commissioner, I did make that comment as a pathway forward, but I did not say I would contact the city to get information about the interiors. I asked that of, actually, Attorney Schott, you told me that all the violations were exterior. So I never committed to ask the city about interior conditions. I was under the understanding that you were going to speak with the owner to see if he would even consider what we were talking about. So like you apologize, I apologize to you if I failed to follow up and had you believe that that was the next step. What I am asking the commission, the City Planning Commission, to do is to further delay this so that we can have those conversations and to hopefully come back with a path, whether it's through us, supported by us, or some other. I would like time to have those conversations with the owners. And, to do due diligence about the building, because I believe additional information is needed for all of us.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions, Councilman?
I just a point of clarification to the law department to speak to sort of this two sides of the city. I want to understand what happens from an enforcement standpoint if the demolition weren't approved today. I don't want us to be creating scenarios where the city of Cleveland is punishing people due to different aspects of city government. So I just want to understand that, if you could speak to what the next steps would be.
Yes, so the criminal prosecution of the owner would go in front of Judge Wiltshire, either to trial or more typically with a change of plea. Now then what would happen is Judge Wiltshire would normally order the violations abated, and demolition is one method for abatement. But the owner here can say, I'm not allowed to demolish it. But at the same time, it's irrational economically for me to put money into repairing it. And so that issue would be in front of Judge Wiltshire to make her decision on what she would urge. Would she allow that delay was reasonable? Would she urge him to start spending the money even though he'll lose money on the project? Would she urge the city to change his mind and allow the demolition? I don't know. Those would be the issues in front of her.
This is really just the education of Travis. Does Judge Wiltshire have the legal authority to override a decision of the executive branch and essentially compel demolition?
No.
Okay.
No.
There is other court authority, but it's not with the municipal court.
And I only ask, I'm aware of the authority for the chief building official to approve forthwith demolitions. Nothing's been presented suggesting that this is an immediate safety measure that would kick that in. So I would based on, and I'll let others comment, but just based on what I'm hearing, I will suggest that in any case, perhaps a limited approval of the garage demolition is something that should be considered as a factor within all of this. I don't think anybody's talking about the garage as something that is problematic if it's removed.
Thanks, Councilman. Tony?
Excuse me. I agree with the councilman. Take this in bits and pieces. The garage needs to go. I think that's pretty clear. I am concerned about the longevity of this property, and it's really not the physical, it's the economics. What does it cost to save this building? Where is the point where it doesn't make good sense? Those are like almost endless pots of money. And I think everyone in here, if you've seen pro forma, we know when it's a go and no go. I haven't, and I'm not saying that this was the official, but I don't see a go here. And I really hate this to see someone throw good money after bad. What would be the end game of saving this building? What does it do for the neighborhood? And Ms. Hamilton Brown, I think you, as a CDC director, I understand your position. Clearly, I do. You want to preserve what you have. But we also know that there are times when it does not make good economic sense. And that's not a poke at you or anyone else. It's just the economics of what we're dealing with here. There's some legal stuff, and I'm not going to get into that, but I'm looking at what really makes good sense. What do we get for saving this property? And I'm not sure I'm clear on what that would be. You tell me you've got an endless pot of money? Okay. Well,
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Member, for the comment. I think just before we move toward motion, as I'm hearing everyone today, it seems as if the CDC does not have enough information to make that assessment. And I think that bare minimum, in order to make a comprehensive decision, you need to be presented with the facts, the evidence, and the data. And so I do think that we were hopeful that that was going to occur over the course of July through this time period. But I think good information has been shared by the attorney, and these are things that the CDC, along with other pieces of evidence and data that they need to make that decision, will allow that to happen. And so I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair to make the official motion, but just to say for the record, CDC doesn't have all the information to make that assessment. And so I think in fairness to them, that is essential.
Well, you know, I don't want to interrupt you. From time to time, I make social commentary, so I want to make social commentary. And I hear what everybody's saying, but what we fail to realize fundamentally is when there's deferred maintenance, and I'm not talking about the physical manifestation of what we're talking about here. I'm talking about in neighborhoods and communities where disinvestment happens, there's always going to be a bigger and heavier lift, more intentionality. And there's other vehicles, you know, and sometimes other vehicles to cause things to happen, you know, and sometimes the public realm has to invest money to get private investment to go. And I believe the CDC may have that ability to do so. So having said that, I would like to suggest that this particular case be postponed once again to allow the due diligence and continued negotiation on a path that might be beneficial for everybody. And that's including the community. And with the caveat that the demolition of the garage is allowed to move forward to prevent any further nuisance to the neighborhood.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Before I ask for roll call, I just have a clarity question for the director. Is the garage structure a separate address from 6313? If you know.
I don't believe it is.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay. And we're permitted to make one.
And I'd like to add an amendment. to see if we can concur with the amount of time it's going to take for you all to come together and come up with the resolution. Is 30 days adequate enough?
That's ample.
Apologies, Vice Chair. What was the time frame?
30 days, so a month from now. All right?
Did you turn on your mic?
With 30 days, I won't have funding commitments or anything. I would have a plan, and I would have information about the interior. I would hope that the owner will allow us to get in. I believe 30 days is enough time to come back with an update, but I'm just giving you the point that I would not have a fully fundable plan in 30 days.
I think it's less about the fully fundable plan, but the framework that could allow that to move forward. And then we can render an opinion on whether or not this building stays or goes.
That'd be fine.
Is that fair?
Yes, I accept that.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Gray Scott,
Yes.
Sergeant, Blythe,
Yes.
Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you all. Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of your day.
Thank you.
Moving on to Southeast Design Review, our first item is CSC 2026-007. This is Rainbow Terrace. Do we have Chris Young present in person or online? Mr. Young, can you please unmute yourself? Just want to make sure we can hear you.
I'm online, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. I'm just going to swear you in and then you can proceed. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth for this matter and hearing under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We have your slides up. Is there anyone else joining you, Mr. Young?
Yes, Mr. Paul Weber, our head of architecture, will also be presenting.
Okay, Mr. Weber, if you can just state your name for the record, and I do.
Hi, this is Paul Weber. I do.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We will control the slides over here. You're welcome to proceed right now.
Thank you. We're here today to present the plans for the rebuild of the Rainbow Terrace apartment building that exploded and burned a year ago on June 23rd in 2025. We a little less than 2 weeks ago, we're in front of the district, which received approval after we had received comments back from them in April, came back with different types of design and product type, etc. And we're here today seeking approval of the project to move forward so we can rebuild the 44 units to move the families back in that were obviously left homeless after the fire and explosion. I'm going to let Paul Weber take you through the slides. As I said, he's head of architecture and can provide you with what we're proposing. And then if there's any questions from anybody, I'm welcome to answer them.
Thank you, Mr.
Good
Young.
morning. For those of you that aren't familiar, this is a large Section 8 development in the southeast corner of the city. We're adjacent to the CMHA property, which is immediately to the north. The subject building that we're talking about on this image is on the lower left side of the page, and this is a survey, so it's a little bit more difficult to find. One of the subsequent sheets shows the subject building, but as Chris mentioned, there was a gas main leak and explosion, and the building was compromised to a point that we had to remove it. It's since been fully demolished and the site returned to a clean building pad. We've been working with the community for a little bit over a year now, which has been a a complicated process given the nature of the explosion and the families and everyone affected by it. So we were given information from shareholder community engagement meetings, and were asked to come back with a slightly different product than existed there in the past, something similar to the neighboring community. The configuration of that building was a 3-story, multiple entrance, shared stairwell, brick structure that was built in the mid 50s. The living size was smaller kitchens, bedrooms. The new construction that's proposed is a 2-story single point of entry for each unit, with units that are roughly 200 to 300 square feet larger than the original. There were 44 total units, 24 of which were 3 bedrooms, 20 of which were 2 bedrooms. The new 6 buildings that we're proposing are the same unit composition, comprised in 6 buildings, 2 stories. They'll be similar to some of the buildings that were reconstructed there almost 20 years ago, but with feedback from the design review committee, they had asked us to do some facade enhancements and additional enhancements to the site and surrounding areas. The slide deck in the order that is presented largely goes through the site planning pieces from demolition to all the new site utilities into the landscape plans, and then it's followed by the architectural plans. So there's 2 principal building pads. For those of you who've been in the city a long time, this building was, or the site was principally developed back in the late 50s and into the 60s. And there are some former building sites, one of which is where those 2 buildings are proposed to be located, that buildings were removed in the past. And so we're going to end up putting 2 buildings on the easterly portion of the site and 4 buildings on the westerly portion. The page that you're on right now are conceptual renderings of both the front typical condition of those buildings, the materials, and then a new garden in the back that'll feature a exhibit space for some kind of sculpture. The design committee also asked us to include another sidewalk in there and possible pavilion in an area for members of the neighborhood to use that as a grilling and gathering space. Here on this page, you can see the typical end units are 3-bedroom units with the living space in the front, the bedrooms facing the gathering space in the rear. And then front entrance porches, the upper units share a common porch. The lower units have their own individual porch. And all the entrance into the buildings occurs from the outside of the space. Everything will be modern aesthetic, modern amenities, and green initiatives. That concludes my piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Weber. Do we have any comments from planner? Mr. Kenya? Pardon? You do not have to swear.
So this project has been back to design review a total of 3 times, I believe, and they've addressed everything that the committee has had to say. I like how they're making it more walkable and they're kind of updating and making more modern, like the facade of the homes in comparison to what was there before the explosion. I'm ready to see this development come back because people are going to have somewhere nice to stay. And again, like it's like an updated version of what used to be there, and it's better than what we've seen before for Rainbow Terrace. So we're in support of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commission members, comments, questions?
have just a quality of life question concerning what amenities you might have provided on site that weren't there previously, like places, I see there's a sculpture park, but like a walking path or whatever, what have you done to sort of elevate the quality of life at this installation?
So the property had gone through a major renovation about a year and a half preceding the explosion here. Included in that renovation were new playgrounds and new site amenities. So specifically with this project, there haven't been any major new installations on the property as a whole. The management frequently holds large gatherings for youth on site, where they bring in portable, like inflatable park amenities and those sorts of things. Immediately to the north, there's a sports field. Not exactly sure who owns and operates that, but it seems like it's frequented by folk in the neighborhood, as well as other, like, there's a basketball court on the site. There's a dog walk area. There's an active existing daycare facility on the site, and an extensive group of sidewalks. It's a very large site. But specifically for this application, nothing additional beyond the sculpture garden and what we're going to include, including the pavilion and gathering space.
Thank you. Councilman?
This area has always sort of struck me as like it's almost like akin to a college campus. There's just like a couple of quads and there's all this housing and stuff, right? So when I was in college, there was a little market in the building downstairs that I could like go and buy food at. And I'm wondering, I guess this is maybe beyond the scope of this project, but I'd really like in places like this where it just seems like this is an opportunity in like a food desert to create the opportunity for people to have access to something instead of having to walk or take the bus or drive when gas is $4 a gallon to go get basic amenities. Like I'd like for us to think through in the future ways that we can maybe incorporate something like that into areas like this as we're rebuilding things, and it's a easy model to replicate. It's a decent schlep from like here up to Kinsman, especially for someone who's a senior, has mobility issues. So I think it's just something to kind of throw out there, like how can we be strategic about putting this stuff into projects coming forward, just as some commentary.
Thank you, Councilman. Very well. So very well received.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Rainbow Terrace reconstruction as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Sorry. Fluker was first, Whitfield was second. Anthony?
Yes.
Fluker?
Yes.
McCray Scott?
Yes.
Sargent?
Yes.
Blythe?
Yes.
Whitfield?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you, Kenya.
Thank you.
Moving over to downtown flats design review, we have PRJ 26-018534. This is located at 1300 East 9th Street Signage. Do we have the project representatives in person or online? Ikra and Naz. Hopefully I'm saying those correctly. Oh, here.
You can join us at the table.
If you can just please make sure your mic is on and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth for this matter now and hearing under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And can you say your first name,
Yep,
please?
Naz, and last name's Abbas.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Is your colleague also here? Or
Yes, I got the project manager. His name is Dario. He's joining virtually.
Okay. Dario, if you can just please unmute yourself. I just started the swearing in. State your name and if you're in agreement.
Dario Euclid, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Xavier Bay. I'm a zoning planner with city planning. Today we're presenting the monument sign at 1300 East 9th Street. You might remember this site back in 2023. There was a comprehensive sign plan package that was approved by this body. This sign was indicated on that plan, but there wasn't any business identification actually on the sign at that time. So for that reason, we're bringing it forward to you today because they have a large number of basically unit identities on that sign. And so this property is located in the semi-industry zoning district. Just some contextual photos just around the corner here, looking down East 9th and St. Clair Ave at the site. The top photo you could see kind of difficult from the shading, but there's that gray box there and that landscaping bed is where the sign is. There we go. And so right, why is this coming before you? So this is located within the design review district. And for that reason, this body has the ability to vary the sign code. Some of the standards that we should be observing are design compatibility, design guidelines. So like looking at the scale, the size, the placement, things of that nature, as well as considering minimum variation from the zoning code. And so this one's pretty straightforward. It's basically that they're consolidating multiple tenant names on one monument sign. And so primarily because there's greater than 3 identifications listed on this sign requires a variation from this body. So you can see some of the photos attached. Let's see here. All right, just recapping considerations. Is this better suited for the design of the subject property, right? And in this case, we don't want to see too many freestanding monuments all around the corner. It makes sense to really consolidate all these into one. All right, and also looking at approved design guidelines, things of that nature, minimum variation from the zoning code. That's all I really have. I believe after this, the sign package is attached here as well. So I'll go ahead and hand it off to the rest of the team.
Thank you, Xavier.
So what we're doing is there was a monument sign there. The owners want to kind of upgrade it and make sure all the tenants are listed. But there is a monument right behind ours, which is Winking Lizard. That's part of within their business patio. So we're basically trying to add this. Let me see what's right. Okay. To add a monument to represent all the tenants in the building. So that's the old building on the left. That's the new one that we're suggesting here. There's going to be 14 spots. There's a design update. As you can see, the gentleman did share those with us. So, yep. So here is the new name and the tenant list. We're going to have. Sorry, I must have clicked off. So that's pretty straightforward. It's gonna be an illuminated cabinet. It's gonna organize everything. We're gonna get new footers, new LEDs to get this monument going. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And
Dan?
good morning, commission members.
Morning.
Dan Schrinkel, Principal Planner, Major Projects and Public Realm. Just wanted to give you an update on the design review process. The committee voted to approve this and they support the variation here with the caveat that they use the white typeface only rather than the color. And I believe the owner had already agreed to that prior to the meeting. So we're good there. Just I don't want to belabor this because we obviously support the variation today, but they did put together a comprehensive sign package a number of years ago. I just have a couple of slides here that showcase that comprehensive package and some other signage that they had presented for the area. But these are great because they allow us to administratively approve a lot of the signage that comes through at a site of this scale with this many tenants. And that actually has allowed us to admin approve quite a few at this building and keep them out of this review process. But in this case, they needed a variation today. And just for reference, you can see how they've aligned across the building through design review with this process, and then the winking lizard signage that's here. But overall, we support the variation and think this will be great to see this added to the building. Thank you.
Yeah, just one point of clarity. You had the winking lizard sign up. Will winking lizard be displayed on the new signage, or will they retain their own separate signage?
So the owner hasn't gotten to that. I think they're in negotiations together on that point, but that's the list that they provided to us, tenants that are going up and we're making, and we're still waiting for more to come in.
Gotcha.
I don't know how that winking lizard got approved or how the landlord approved that part. That wasn't part of that conversation. But that's what we have.
Okay, thank you for that. Commission members, comments, questions?
I'll move approval.
Sorry. Dario, did you have anything else to add? I see your hand up. Dario, do you have anything else to add? I see your hand up.
Yeah, just I was going to reiterate that we're doing the white face, not the colored face. But the previous gentleman already mentioned that. And then also we're not doing a new foundation. We're proposing using the same support steel that's already in place for that the old monument that's already there. So there won't be any excavating or anything. It's just going to be slide off and then slide back on over the pole. So very little excavating or digging work needs to be done.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
So I will move approval of the variance.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
Gray Scott,
Yes.
Sergeant,
Drew, not here.
Okay. Slife
Yes.
And Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Remaining in
Thank you.
downtown Flats. Thank you. Have a great day. Flats design review. Our next item is DF 2025-039. This is the Oppman Garage and Spaghetti Warehouse located at 944 Prospect Avenue. I see a few folks making their way up. Feel free to bring up an extra chair if necessary. I will swear you all in here in a moment. Do you have any colleagues online?
We do have one.
Okay.
Oh, Chris.
Okay. I'll do the swearing in. If you could just state your name for the record and if you agree to the swearing in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth for this matter and hearing under penalty of perjury? And I'll start with you, sir.
I do. Brandon Klein.
Thank you.
Yes, Tony Coyne, legal counsel to Geis.
Thank you.
Yes, Catherine Weber, legal counsel to Notes.
Thank you. And the representative online?
Al Christ, yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. You have the clicker there. I think you've been here before, so you know there's a little bit of a lag. So just give it a hot second to.
And Madam Chairman, I want to let you know I'm David Roberts, Chief Assistant Director of Law. I've come down to this part of the table because I want to convey to the board members. I'm here today to give you some understanding of the standard you're looking at, because this has come up in earlier cases, rather than my participating in the advocacy for this particular project. So when it's the right moment, if you'll let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for being. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Who would like to start the presentation?
I'll start off again.
you.
For the record, Tony Coyne, Katie Weber to my left, Brandon Klein to my right. We represent Geis Construction and Geis Companies. Mr. Klein will walk you through a PowerPoint of the project, but I would like to explain why we are here, give you a preliminary statement, and explain our legal position. This project was generally before this commission last on September 5, 2025, so nearly a year ago. And at that meeting, it was postponed for the applicant to return with conceptual plans related to future redevelopment. That's why it was postponed. It went through design review without any real problem. Now, the matter with the conceptual plans is tricky because we were subject to non-disclosure agreements for some of them. So what we did is we took the time to meet with Callie and Dan. We showed them some of those plans, which were unfortunately not successful in keeping a business in Cleveland, a large company in Cleveland, and another one that ended up locating in another part of downtown Cleveland. There's also a public project, which the city administration is well aware, which was nearly located on these properties. Now the properties, so in other words, that postponement, we have met that because we can't discuss specifics, but we did meet with staff. And that was subject to issues we had concerns about with NDAs. There's also a competitive project right nearby. The matter, both properties for description purposes are vacant. One's a former 60-plus-year-old parking deck, which was next to the Carter Manor. I think it's Site E. The other was a former site of a restaurant, which was torn down 11 years ago, and it was used mostly when it was operational as parking. It had more parking on it than is currently proposed. Now, what is Geist doing? Geist still hopes that these parcels can be redeveloped for a larger downtown project. But for now, to maintain them as interim parking for a period of years. We've suggested 5 years, but we'll be glad to discuss that. But we're here to seek approval of the improvements that we're proposing on these properties, to pave them, to stripe them, to landscape them, to fence them, to add security cameras and bike racks. It's to improve that portion of Cleveland's downtown. Now, the applicable code section regulating surface parking lots in designated downtown areas is 349.14A. 349.14A. I'll just reference the fact that it is to preserve the urban architectural character of the most intensively developed portions of downtown Cleveland by limiting the establishment. We're already there. It was a parking facility already. It's not new. And the expansion of surface parking lots within these districts. Both of these will have less parking than they did previously. A secondary purpose is to reduce auto emissions and traffic congestions in downtown and to discourage the creation of additional parking. We're reducing the amount of parking that was on both properties. The last purpose section is that this section is intended to accomplish these purposes without discouraging development. And that's very important. Some believe that these purposes of this section prevent one from improving property in downtown Cleveland with parking facilities which already existed. That's what some believe. We're asking you to find that this application for these improvements should be accepted from 349.14A. In other words, we don't believe it applies because it doesn't apply, and we're not governed by that section given the circumstances that we're in. The section does not apply, simply stated. The section in that code section was passed to place conditions and restrictions on demolishing historic properties for parking in our downtown. And I could give you the whole history of Hunter Morrison's belief that that was important to get passed. How it's drafted is a separate topic, but it goes back to the Justice Center, the state office building. No parking was provided. What did it result in? Demolition in the warehouse district. When the Cavs came downtown, what did they want to do? Clear everything out for surface parking, just like in Richfield. City of Cleveland, the mayor introduced a moratorium on new parking for that reason. That's why it was done. You had the Allen Theater nearly getting demolished. You had another building in the warehouse district nearly getting demolished. That's what it was done for. Those are the facts that are really important. Now, these parking improvements, particularly the Oppman site, it's 944 Prospect, they were part of the mixed-use development parking analysis for the 9 project. In 2013, it was covered in depth in a letter by Planning Director Brown at that time, because that project, which Geist did, and remember, county administration, the apartment building, the hotel, and Heinen's. And that required accessory use parking for that project in the amount of almost 1,477 cars. And in that letter and in that application when it was approved, this property was identified as an important part of that project. This is empirical data. These are the facts. This is evidence before you, which you have to give consideration to for this request. Now, let's talk about transit-oriented development. We all want to see it. One of the big goals is to reduce parking as a public policy, but at the same time, not to eliminate parking altogether. One of the biggest black eyes we've had in a long time was Heinen's. Talk to anybody living in the city as I do, parking was a huge reason for Heinen's struggling. That's a fact. The Skyline micro apartments eliminated a parking lot. The parking garage behind it has been assumed by much of that apartment project. The Marriott and Hotel and Apartment project in the Rose Building across the street where Medical Mutual vacated is a substantial project. I think there's less than 20 parking spaces for that project. The Cosm down the street is eliminating one of the largest parking lots in downtown. All we're saying is this has to be given consideration. We're not tearing down historic structures. We're using parking that was used for parking. So what I'd like to do now is let Brandon Klein walk you through the project, and he has a PowerPoint. And
Madam Chairman,
questions.
would now be a good time for the board to hear from me?
It's nice for us to finish our presentation.
Well,
Council.
I would like to be heard, Madam Chairman, prior to that, because I want to emphasize an issue that came up in a prior case. Mr. Fluker, Mr. Slife, you were both very disturbed to go through the entire St. Mary's parking lot presentation and then the presentation about the ordinance, only to learn that the ordinance has the specific requirement that you have an approved development plan. So you had to vote no because they didn't have an approved development plan. So Mr. Coyne started out, we were here a year ago, you continued it so they could get to an approved development plan, which they haven't done. And so I don't know your appetite for hearing the whole question of the design and the history of parking downtown and all that. If when you come to make your decision, you look at the ordinance and you say, I see, I can only approve this as a use if there's an approved development plan, and it's also limited to 1 year and it's renewable, and that's the lockdown zoning ordinance that you are working under. And you do not have the authority, even if you don't like that ordinance, to simply say, well, we don't like this ordinance, so we will adjust it as we see fit. That's for City Council. Mr. Slife and his colleagues could revisit it and make a change to it. And so my reason I want you to hear from me now is, do you want to go through the whole process? Now, one thing you could do, which might be useful, is to see the design. And at the end, you could deny the establishment of the surface parking lot, but approve your design. Then when it goes to the Board of Zoning for a variance, the board would be aware that you're happy with the design if they grant the variance, but only the board can grant the variance.
So I have to categorically object what he just stated. Your record doesn't find an approved development plan. That's not what's required. That's a misstatement. The facts are this. On that date, September 5, 2025, this commission said it's postponed with the applicant to return with the conceptual plans for future redevelopment. We have 2 plans that we couldn't show because of NDAs. Callie and Dan are well aware of that. We also have a 3rd plan we'd like to pursue, but due to the economy and due to competitive markets, we can't do it, and we're certainly not going to share it in a public meeting. And we've explained that to Callie and Dan. In addition, I've got the floor for a moment. I did not interrupt you.
All right, go ahead.
And that's what we stated. Design Review thought this was done. We couldn't get on an agenda for almost a year because of this issue. This does not apply. We're going to hold this town back if we don't address things that are critical. If you want to get something back into Heinen's, you better think about making sure you've got convenient parking nearby. You can't continue to suggest development's going to occur when you don't have certain conveniences that are necessary, and particularly on properties that have been used for parking time immemorial. This was not, and the clear language suggests this is not what it was meant for. And I don't want to challenge this legally because I understand the intent of it, but the intent of it didn't apply to this. And I cannot get council to necessarily recognize that or your staff. So we're here to get a decision, Chairwoman. I really don't know what else to tell you. And I think it'd be fair if Mr. Klein could finish his presentation And then we could, have you make a decision, because we do, so I'm clear, we want a decision here today. We do. Either to approve a site plan with conditions and to recognize how this code has to be applied fairly, or it's going to hold this town back. And that's why we're here. So, and we have, by the way, it's respectful disagreement. I'm not saying, I know Mr. Roberts, we completely disagree, and Mr. Schinkel, I don't know very well, but we got his report this morning. I find it to be a little troubling, given the fact we're trying to advance the city. Geist is not a parking lot operator. These are the only properties they have that have parking lots on them. They're about redeveloping the city. And the Nines project was a $350 million project, and one of these parcels was critical to being included to its parking. So if Mr. Klein could
Madam
proceed,
Chairman,
I'd
if I could respond.
Briefly, and then I would like to
yeah,
hear the
so-
presentation, and then I would like to hear from staff.
Yes, so just briefly, I may have misspoken about your conceptual plan continuance, but the ordinance is clear. It says you have to have an approved development plan. So at the end, when they do their presentation, you could decide as members of the City Planning Commission that you're going to ignore the fact that to give the surface parking lot approval, you need to have an approved development plan. You could ignore the law, and Mr. Coyne will make a good argument for why it's not a good law, it's too restrictive a law, and you might agree, but I'm just letting you know that the requirement, and this is what happened in the St. Maron case, is to look at what the law is that you're applying, and in which case, if you get to it, at the end, no approved development plan, and you deny it, I don't want there to be frustration that you went through an entire presentation as if there were an issue for you to decide, if in fact there's no issue for you to decide. But with that, I will leave it to Mr. Coyne, and I will comment no further.
Vice Chair.
We're all appreciative. Don't want to speak for everyone, but we understand everybody's position. But at the end of this, we need to know, I need to see in writing what we have available to us and how, so that we can make an informed decision. And I don't want to hear words. I need to see on this screen what the ordinance states so that we can understand the magnitude of our decisions. That's it. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Klein?
Thank you. And I'll try to be brief or quick in the process, but obviously this has been a long-standing project, an important project, and significantly important to the longevity of what this project did for the city of Cleveland when it was developed 10 plus years ago. I first want to convey a statement that Tony made for us is we are not in the parking business. We are developers, we are contractors, we are designers. Our intent of this project, the reason why we acquired these parcels was to develop a large scale project. And anybody that is in any association of development, construction, or design has to understand and have compassion to redevelop projects of this magnitude, take a lot of chips to fall correctly, and it takes time to put it together. We could have developed these parcels in a lot lesser manners, but it's not what this site deserves. It's not what this site is intended for. This site is a mega project opportunity. And as Tony has stated, while we can't share the development plans of what we've done in the past, we have gone a part of significant pursuits for this property. So I want to convey that. Lastly, I want to convey that I have been the sole presenter for this development for many years. These parcels, A, B through F, have always been associated together. It is a 2-block construction development project that they are all intermingled and related to each other. Again, accessory use. We have, as Tony said in here, a presentation or an approval letter from Bob Brown, who was the acting planning commissioner or planning at the time, stating all of these parcels, including as a one project scenario. And hence why it is important and imperative that the life of this project will only continue to be going well with the parking associated to it. I think need to go into zoning code. That was brought up. We were here before and got approval, and we appreciate the ability to get approval because we had a safety issue with, and I want to state this parking structure was an elevated deck. I understand intent of code. I understand practical standard. It was a steel structure post deck. It was not a building. Okay. It did not have walls. It was simply a surface lot with a cap with an elevated roof. And that's, I think, where as architects, as designers, as land planners, as attorneys and counsel, everyone will always understand that there is black and white, but there's also gray. And that gray lives very much on this parcel, and it's why the challenge has had today that we've had in the contention. But if you look at the intent of the code and the intent of this ordinance, the intent was to reduce parking. The intent was to prevent future expansions of parking lots. In this case, we're rescinding. In this case, we're retracting. We're doing what's more appropriate for the city in this manner. And it was very contested at the design review panel when it was approved. And 2 motions were made at that design review meeting. One motion was the approval to get us to this, which was to demolish the existing structure. And the second was an intended motion that the design review panel felt it was important and imperative to share that approval with this commission, that they believed and agreed with the use of that parking lot is appropriate for a parking lot, that a seated lot in downtown Cleveland as a temporary scenario only continues to push for more blighted property and security issues and other aspects, that this is the best use for this property in the interim. Originally, this parcel had 248 parking spaces, and we're reducing it. This is photos. Again, it was presented previously for the demolition. The structure is now removed, but as you can see, it is a chain link fenced facade with an elevated deck. It was an asphalt parking lot on the ground floor. The proposal that we're putting in front of you is creating a surface lot, and the intent of the surface lot isn't long-term. The intent of the surface lot is just giving us the ability to continually to use and purpose this site until the future redevelopment occurs. In the process, landscaping it, there was a recommendation and a request to potentially put a sidewalk and a connection, basically, because the Bolivar to Prospect access is challenged. We landscaped and added a sidewalk, put a landscape buffer against the tower garage, and then again created a little bit of a node at the front and the end of Bolivar to kind of create a little bit of a gathering spot with some bike racks. Again, reducing the parking footprint, intent of the code. Other plot, Bolivar's former New York Spaghetti Warehouse building. When we acquired the property, the building was well beyond repair. I want to state, though, that only about 30% of this property was actually a building. 60+% of it was a surface parking lot and was always utilized for surface parking. The intent of when we got that approved was to, again, just spread out the parking spaces. It was mostly double parked to create an area that you could still have almost the same amount of parking. Again, we actually reduced the number of surface spots compared to where it was when it was New York Spaghetti House. And again, the intent of this is to create an L-shaped redevelopment opportunity that would connect both what is the Oppman site and New York Spaghetti House. Here's pictures of the existing conditions of that parking lot. Here was the plan that we had submitted, and I will apologize because when we got this plan approved, we were to install those landscaping and fencing and requirements for that lot. Unfortunately, with the start and stop of development opportunities, every time we went to go look to do this work, we had a very strong contender for that redevelopment, and it was moving very quickly. And it's an investment, obviously, to put in this temporary measures. We understand that we made the mistake. We should have installed it. We didn't. We also understand that we should have came back to planning and presented the process. People get busy, we get busy, we lose sight of things, and there was never a reminder. But again, I was the one who came here and presented that. I apologize. I never came back, and gave an update to this commission. We apologize. I mean, it just, the days get away from us, COVID hits, and you forget it. You feel like it's 3 years ago. Combined, it's a 1.14 acre downtown urban central business district site. We've done numerous layouts, numerous pursuits. It lays out very functionally for a mega project. Combined and overall. Again, the letter that was brought up in 2014 from signed by Director Brown. It clearly states in this letter that all of these associated properties, the Ameritrust, the former Ameritrust Tower, now the 900 Euclid, which is the Rotunda, the 1010, which was the Sweatland building, the Prospect Garage, the Oppman Garage site, they were all associated in an accessory use to this project. We had a parking study at that submission in that timeline that stated what the parking demand of the 9 would require and all the associated uses with the 2 development block. It demanded that it was over 1,600 parking spaces that would be needed for that project, that this parking lot was needed to associate and be accessory. Again, these were all submitted back in 2013 and 14 during the 9, showing that we had parking compliance. So we strongly feel that what we were presenting meets the need of the accessory parking. It was previously approved, associated to those projects, and would be considered accessory parking for the developments, giving you the authority to give us approval. I want to just lay out the timeline of this project. Obviously, 2013 was when we acquired a lot of the parcels and the projects, Spaghetti House. Since we submitted the plans for demolition for Oppman Garage, it was 2 years ago, September of 24. It took us a year to be able to be allowed by staff to go and present and be heard by design review and planning. We presented to you last year, a year ago, basically to and date to get here. We are constantly being held up and held back from being able to move this project forward. And in the meantime, we have a gravel lot and an empty lot that has a chain link that keeps getting pulled down and broke to people illegally parking on it. So we're asking this commission to allow us the use and right for the project. In the meantime, I know that staff continues to say about all the development and other things that are happening. This project is very important. You have the Huntington building that still hasn't been able to get redeveloped. You have Heinen's that pulled out because of challenges. It is important and imperative. You have a TOD that's approving projects, which I'm a huge supporter of, and we look at that a lot. But the TOD proves that you need other elements and other associated accessory lots to support it. Now, if you want to hit on taxes or anything.
Let me interject and finish this up. The commission should be reminded as well, there are economic factors here. These 2 parcels generate in our current in property taxes and downtown assessments, $135,000 per year. They have to be paid somehow. $135,000 per year for these 2 parcels. Now, this isn't, this doesn't have anything to do with Gateway, either, I might add. And I'm going to submit to the commission and for the record, several letters of support from Kimpton Hotels. And I'll just read them for the record. They're brief. I'm writing on behalf of the Kimpton Schofield Hotel in support of the proposed repaving of the New York Spaghetti House lot currently utilized for tour parking in downtown Cleveland. This location serves as an important resource for our hotel as we regularly host touring professionals and groups who rely on safe, accessible, and well-maintained bus accommodations during their stay. The ability to offer this reliable parking directly impacts our ability to attract and support these visitors. Improving the conditions of this lot would enhance both the guest experience and the overall presentation of our city to visiting performers and organizations, and we strongly support efforts to maintain and upgrade this space and encourage the building department, it says here, to approve the necessary permits. Now, in addition, we have a letter of support from the Metropolitan 9 Hotel. Again, we're adding another hotel across the street, another apartment building across the street, and I think 20 parking spaces, something like that. And I'll read the whole letter too, but this also recognizes the importance of the fact that the Oppman lot was in fact part of the original approval of the Nines, which is a $350 million project in our town, and that the other parcel is certainly helpful as well to business operations, and that in part, they use part of it for tour buses. So this, I think, and I'll just want for the record, in regard to this. Lastly, this isn't insignificant in cost. The improvements that we're making have been itemized by our construction team, and they total just under $300,000 because we're putting the improvements in for parking with paving, striping, landscaping, fencing, bike racks, security cameras, things of that nature. So we believe that the spirit and intent of what we're trying to do is going to move the city forward, and we request your approval. I might add, I've communicated directly with the county administration, and they are not objecting to this proposal in any way. So we're seeking two things from the commission to bring it to a close. One, site plan approval will accept some reasonable conditions. A determination that based on the evidence presented to you, the purpose clause of 349.14, this project should be accepted from that regulation. It simply does not apply. Now, again, we would accept reasonable conditions on the approval as well, but that's our position. And again, I don't want to confuse anything. Is there a hardship issue? Yes, but your commission doesn't deal with hardships. The Board of Zoning Appeals deals with hardships. We're presenting the facts and evidence as we know them to be and interpreting the code in a reasonable manner to move this city forward.
Thank you, Mr. Coyne. Anyone else from the team have other comments before I turn it over to staff?
Yes, I also wanted to add to specifically to Mr. Fluker's point, which is also going to kind of give a little bit more context for the basis in what we presented here today, is that when you really look at section 349.14, specifically subsection E, the City Planning Commission shall approve building permit applications for the establishment or expansion of surface parking lots in the designated districts only in accordance with the following provisions. What we're trying to stress here today is that this is not the establishment or the expansion of surface parking. Both of these parcels have historically been used for surface parking. They have been used for accessory parking for previously approved projects. And that is really, kind of the heart of where we are today, in that our position is that this body has the authority to provide site plan approval for this project here today.
Thank you, Catherine. Turning over to Dan.
If I may jump in, Chairwoman, thank you to the team for all the conversations and the work on this. I understand that it's been sticky and this predates my time with the department as well. So as you know, Commission, we have been wrangling with this part of code and how it applies to different proposals coming before the department and the Planning Commission. We have Shannon Leonard, our Chief Zoning Administrator, online as well to chime in. I would recommend to the Commission that we consider these two parcels separately. I believe based on the evidence presented today that there are somewhat different conditions and considerations between the Oppman garage, which is now demolished, and the old spaghetti warehouse parcel. And so I think it is most clear to think about those and those contexts and backgrounds separately. I will first, and if that's okay with the Commission, I would first focus on the Oppman garage site. Based on the letter provided, that does indicate sort of the comprehensive redevelopment of the 9 of the Heinens building, including the address of the Oppman garage. It does seem reasonable to me to interpret, and I'll turn it over to Shannon for the official interpretation, but to interpret that this property was previously approved as accessory parking to a new or expanded redevelopment, and that ongoing improvements to that property should be permitted under that accessory parking identity. Shannon, that is just sort of putting that in front of the Commission is following the line of logic and documentation that was provided by the applicant. I'll now turn it over to Shannon to offer her official input along those lines.
Shannon, one moment. Director, before we turn it over to Shannon, so I'm clear, you are proposing that we hear or that we consider the Oppman garage and the spaghetti warehouse separate. My question before Shannon presents is, can you speak to the applicability of what you just stated around the Oppman garage and the accessory parking and the applicability of that with the spaghetti warehouse? And or is that something that Shannon is going to cover?
Sure. I would actually look to the applicant to verify. My understanding is that the address of the spaghetti warehouse property is not included in the letter from previous director Bob Brown, naming it as one of the parcels that is part of that redevelopment.
So I want to state some facts and some history there. The New York Spaghetti House, the New York Spaghetti House site was acquired towards the latter part of the 9 redevelopment. That's why it was not associated in that letter. The Oppman garage was a part of the same acquisition and was a part of the same aspect. The reason that the Geis purchased the New York Spaghetti House site was for additional parking in the interim. The intent, though, is that all of these parcels are owned by the same company, the same owner, and all of the redevelopment attempts on these parcels are combining both of those sites to be one single site. So when we go to redevelop and when that redevelopment opportunity comes, it will be a combined 1.14 acre site at that time.
Of the garage.
Correct.
But that would be future looking. And what I would like Shannon to opine on is sort of the past approvals and what was baked into past approvals.
I do want to state, and the last comment on this, on the history, Heinen's was not approved or was not presented and approved until after the acquisition of that site. The site, Heinen's, if everyone recalls, we were open with the 9 for about a year before Heinen's actually came into the fold. Okay, so again, and understanding the sensitivity of the loss of Heinen's right now too, and one of the biggest comments again, Parkman, we would respectfully ask that it is considered associated to this, because as we look for new opportunities within the Heinen space, this is a very important piece to that.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Shannon, please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Administrator. As the director had stated, the Oppman garage had previously been accessory parking, and that should be looked at in the same manner. So I do think that, as the applicant stated, that under E2 accessory parking, you can look at that as accessory for the improvements, separate of the future redevelopment of the spaghetti warehouse site.
Thank you, Shannon. Dan?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the commentary today. There's quite a bit of information we received from the applicant yesterday that we still need to review and go through. That's here. Understanding the accessory use, I think, is important to understanding how to proceed here. And I don't know that we have all the documentation we need for that. I did not see that site listed here, although there's a number of legal descriptions that we would have to review in detail to see Oppman.
Oppman is this address.
It's not listed within all these properties. I guess it's sort of a moot point. Like, there's a lot of details we still have to work out here. But
63-page report, it wasn't called out.
But I would like to kind of walk through the code so that the commission understands what can be approved today. So as mentioned previously, the Oppman garage was approved for demolition, but the surface parking lot was proposed at that time to allow the developer time to develop plans for the site. Based on our read of the code 34914, there's surface parking is prohibited by that code outright in these districts. And there's only 4 options in which an applicant can seek a new surface lot downtown. And because they haven't submitted anything to meet these 4 items, there's only one option before the commission today, and that would be to deny. And we'll go into the details of that so that you understand it. But a denial today allows the applicant to proceed to BZA to seek a variance on that code, and that is actually the board that has the authority to approve a surface lot. We remain open to conversations about temporary and accessory parking, so I think it'd be great to dig into the accessory component that they're referring to now today to understand that more fully, because that is something that the commission could potentially approve. You guys have seen these sites and they have run through this, so I won't give the refresher on the Oppman site. They were approved for the seated lot that is shown here, and they were postponed for the surface lot that's shown there. Today, the site is gravel still.
Apologies to interrupt, but I just want to be very specific for the record because of what this process is pushing. There was a second motion made at design review for approval of the layout and site layout that was in this package, and that's not stated anywhere in this presentation from the city side. I think it's very important to make the statement that design review did support the use of a parking on that site and also supported the site layout that is being presented today.
And for clarification, the committee is a recommendation to the commission, and they were a little bit split. At the end of the day, there was a vote, there was a motion, and it was approved. At the end of the day, they asked that you would come back with design of the parking lot, if that were to be approved. And again, a point of clarity, that was before the committee really understood this code and understood the authorities and restrictions that the commission has.
Opinion, Mr. Schinkel, you're exaggerating what happened at that meeting. And you have been against this project from the beginning.
I disagree with that
You've
statement.
not been helpful in trying to move the city forward on this project.
Please proceed, Dan.
Now the applicant is also asking for a second site. That's the New York Spaghetti House. This was constructed in 1870. It became the infamous restaurant in 1927. It was locally designated as a landmark and later demolished in 2015. It actually was one of the longest running family operated restaurants in Cleveland. Quite an interesting place. I'm sure a number of you have eaten there. The plans that were submitted for that site were never implemented. With the BZA ruling allowing the parking lot to proceed, the owner stated that their intent was to develop the site within 2 years, and so therefore the approval was essentially temporary, as noted by the BZA ruling there. It's been 11 years. The site was never improved. It's still gravel. It's not drained. It's not lit, and they are operating paid parking on the site. So that is not a legally conforming use today. Just so that you guys understand the code, we did cover this for a couple other cases and conduct a training, but I wanted to refresh on 349.14. So that's surface parking lots in designated downtown areas. I won't double down on this information. I will say that preserving the density of development downtown is a major component of that, and absolutely to reduce congestion and not to impact new development. There's designated districts that this establishes. They're shown here. The pink one there is Gateway, which the project is within. That's where the prohibition exists. Surface lots are defined here, as are parking garages. And so I think that's a interesting point for the commission to consider, is that parking was never a main use for the Spaghetti House site. Obviously, it was a restaurant with accessory parking. And then in the case of the Oppman garage, its permitted use was a parking garage, not a surface lot. And the code really references those things completely differently and has different regulations for those. So I really want to emphasize here, 349.14 really just simply prohibits this proposal for surface parking downtown. No surface lot shall be established or expanded within these zones. There are 4 exceptions. One if it was vacant, one if it's an action area, with a plan approved by a city council. And the 2 that really apply here are temporary lots or accessory parking. In those 2 very narrow purviews is where the commission has the ability to look at a surface lot. In the sense of, in the case of a temporary lot, you've got to have a development plan that's approved, right? And we haven't received that from the applicant. And that's really why the timeline has been so elongated here. Is we've walked through this code with the applicant a number of times. They have chosen not to follow what the code states. We've tried to work with them to get them to development plans. We still feel confident that they will develop here at some point in time. The question is when, especially when they came to this body over 10 years ago and to BZA over 10 years ago and didn't make good on their end of that bargain, at least in the sense of, building the lot and getting it up to code compliance. We understand development's hard. We want to support that, and we stay ready to work with this team. In terms of accessory parking, that has to serve a new use, a new development and expansion, redevelopment. The news of Heinens, I think, is on everyone's mind. That is an opportunity. If there's a redevelopment for that site, that we can look at accessory here. As I mentioned, there's some new information around prior accessory that would need to be reviewed. But those are really the two purviews that this commission has in front of it. As I stated, if they want to establish a surface parking lot outside of those provisions, they really need to get to the Board of Zoning Appeals, which would mean a denial today. So it's, again, one of those like St. Mary's lot where a denial actually could help the applicant get to their end goal. At BZA, they look at whether or not deprival of that variance would deprive the owner of all reasonable economic use of that site. So obviously there's many reasonable economic uses for sites downtown. And so that is their option. So again, I want to emphasize, why can't we just approve something like this today? Because it is prohibited. And of those four options listed there, we have not received anything that allows us to approve today. I wanted to give a quick overview. Go ahead.
Sorry, what is this next section about?
This is just a understanding the more global context downtown. We've seen, the last time I was here talking to you guys about this code, we had only so many permit requests like this. We keep getting more and more. And so it's really to emphasize the impacts there. And there's certainly more detail I could go into, but I understand.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make a comment.
Thank you, Dan.
For whatever reason, the package that we received earlier this week didn't have all this information in it. So you're dumping a lot of information in front of me, at least, the process, which I think is unfortunate because I walk into this meeting thinking this might be a relatively benign thing. You have to understand, you guys do this every day. You know the code, it's in and out, I don't expect you to know architecture. I'm an architect, so therefore I have to lead you down the road and tell a story. And so I'm giving you my observation today, okay? I just wanted to make that point of clarification.
Thank you. I think we'll pause, Dan. If commission members feel like they need the broader global context, we can come back to this portion of the presentation. But just to echo Vice Chair's comments, it is a lot of information to absorb. And so I know there are questions and comments, and so I want to open the floor just so we can try to get some clarity where needed.
The two comments. One, at risk of being cynical, years ago when I worked in the Jackson administration, I think there's a playful banter between sometimes economic development and planning. And the planning director said to the economic development director, "Why do you hate planners?" And the response was, "I don't hate planners, but planners don't operate off of budgets." And I am almost concerned that I'm not hearing, and this is, I know I'm on council, but this is not the area I represent, so maybe it's been brought elsewhere. But this is if the argument is that we are beholden to the code as written, I'm not hearing anybody offer constructive amendments to the code to kind of acknowledge the fact that maybe a 1 year to turn around a development plan, while frankly the downtown real estate market is struggling right now, is perhaps overly ambitious. That is one comment. A clarification, and all of us also, I wasn't around when this was passed, but it really feels like the spirit of this was to stop the demolition of structures, but buildings, occupied buildings, to create surface parking lots, not necessarily to, in this case, arguably demolish a parking garage, although that feels like a very generous description of what that structure was, to actually constrict the amount of parking. It just doesn't feel like the spirit versus the letter. That's for maybe smarter people. I just wear glasses. I'm not that smart. Is, for clarification, is the request here to establish the use of parking lots, or basically to have improved temporary lots? Because the point of the question is that, like, I think the temporary lot section, to me, does not compel a property owner to hyper improve it based off of the assumption that would be throwing money away because at some point you're going to redevelop it. But if it still maintains its temporary status for a duration of time, but the property owner voluntarily decided to make those improvements for whatever reason they wanted to, like if they want to throw money out the window, I don't really know if I care all that much. So what's the purpose? What are we asking
we're
for
making
here?
$300,000 of improvements, and we're complying with the security cameras and things of that nature. Why are we doing that? Because we're thinking that we would need these lots for probably closer to 5 years. We really are actively searching to redevelop these parcels, so we're not going beyond that. There was a suggestion one time too, if we just, within a year of demolishing the parking deck, we could put up a new parking garage. That's a ridiculous suggestion because we don't want to be in the parking business, but at the same time, we want it to look nice. The complaints from the county, from people that live or work in that area of this particular parking lot is, and when it was a parking deck, are serious, and we believe that we should be responsible and do it in a way that's reasonable. So it's going to be reasonably attractive, convenient, and again, and this, by the way, much of this, admittedly, I guess the New York Spaghetti House site is a little bit more conducive to parking for Gateway, but most of it's not, and the buses are coming from the hotels that use part of it. As it relates to the Oppman garage, that is devoted. That property is devoted to 944. And the Nines project. I mean, that's clear on the record. So we're taking the position, like when he puts up, there's no temporary parking lots, required development plans. These aren't really temporary parking lots, but the Geisses are not in the business of parking. They want to invest and redevelop in the city. So to answer your question, I think we're taking the design of the parking to another level, but we like, since we're spending $300,000, to agree like a 5-year term, and let's make sure we.
If I can speak on behalf of the ownership, that's really why I'm here, not as an architect for this project. I think given, and the one thing I will commend this commission always is you always give the opinion of, like, let's work it out. What's the compromise? How do we get to, how do we not have this friction and standstill? At the end of the day, for Geis, as we've stated multiple times, and as everybody at this table knows, we're not in parking business, we're developers. The intent of this site is to develop the site. Then the question becomes, what is a realistic timeline and expectation of what that is? The reality in the city of Cleveland today, if Mr. or Mrs. Wonderful came to the table today, these projects, mega projects, they take 2 to 3 years minimum to get out the ground. That's if they're here today. They're not. There's a marketing campaign. That's why we're saying intentionally, we said the term 5 years, because I think that's realistic. The reality is in 5 years, I'm probably going to be coming back again, but this time I promise I will, because I'm not going to deal with this again. But at the end of the day, I think based on the fact that the facts are here with the fact of accessory parking was an approved use on the 944 site, the Oppman garage site, I would suggest or ask that building and that that lot be considered the accessory use, that would be an established lot for accessory. We would be required to install the improvements as we're presenting today on that, and there wouldn't be no time clock. I can promise you what that time clock is. The intent, we're never going to just develop New York Spaghetti House. It is going to be a combined effort with both of these scenarios. That as soon as we get Mr. and Mrs. Wonderful or whoever organization to come to the table, it's a combined site. It's going to be one development. Now, the New York Spaghetti House, I think that the comment that to look at them separately is an important feat there. Again, I can attest to you, this has not been out of a lack of effort, ignorance, ignoring. We have had some great swings and misses on this site. We had documents that were this high that we brought to that meeting to show the diligence, the geotech, everything else that's gone into this thing. And again, I apologize for taking so much time, but this is a critical aspect. This is the livelihood of this site to get it to the real next step. Even in Dan's staff presentation, there's a talk about the fact that the use of parking lot can facilitate further future development. And that's the important thing. This is literally covering, I'll call it the holding costs now, while we go find that mega project for this. So again, I would ask potentially that the accessory use be applied to the Oppman garage with no sunshine, no time limit, right? But if there needs to be a time limit and the temporary use and discussion on New York Spaghetti House, we can understand that, and we will continue to actively pursue the redevelopment of both sites, because that's what the intention of this was. We did not acquire these lots for parking. We did not acquire these lots to sit a blighted scenario. They were acquired for a much bigger picture.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
So-
I'll turn it over to the director. 1 second.
I'll just share that sort of aligns with my perspective. I think that whether it's parking is parking, whether it's a surface lot or a parking garage, and I do not view this as establishing or expanding a use. If anything, it's restricting the use on the what's Oppenheimer? Is that Oppen? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So I should know him for somewhere. I think the clarity on the Spaghetti House lot is less, and that considering that as a temporary lot is worthwhile. And frankly, if I don't think by looking at this that we can give a longer than 1 year period. It would have to be a year by year. But if the intent is to make improvements, like I'm certainly open to so voicing my support of that kind of arrangement, knowing that it would have to be approved on an annual basis.
Councilman Director.
Could you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Your comments are well taken. And if we did something like that, we would just request that we could come back in a year if we were in a position to make a decision.
I like to consider myself still young, but when this code was put into place, a project of a year was a lot different than today's standards. And I don't know the legal standard or ability to extend that period because, again, a year is a blink of an eye in today's development world. And I don't want to waste more time for the commission just to have that discussion. Maybe it's a check-in with staff. But again, I think we're coming to a solution that we could stop the friction and really do what's the real thing is, how do we make Cleveland better? How do we continue development? And how do we solve a problem with, what everyone's talking about is Heinens these days, and how do we solve that problem? And all of this helps that cause.
If I could, I'll be very brief just to touch on a couple of the councilman's comments and then pull in some of Mr. Klein's comments. First, we have been looking at this ordinance for changes. We have been discussing what would be more workable, and we are planning to execute a task on our task order contract that commission has given us the authority to pursue to better understand the economics, other cities' approaches, and how this code maybe can or should be modernized to the current climate, and really how code can be dynamic enough to hold to the goals under changing market conditions, which we know vary over time. So that is a big picture, sort of philosophical and theoretical project that we are embarking on. We have begun to explore sort of that future with some questions to this applicant team as well, and certainly want to continue that with you because we are very appreciative of your mission to invest in downtown Cleveland, your track record, and your desire to not operate surface parking lots in perpetuity. We also have to be consistent with how we make decisions regardless of property ownership. And we do know that there are surface parking lots that are owned and operated by parking lot operators that would like to keep those as surface lots in perpetuity. An important part of this code is around preventing demolition, but I would offer to the commission that a complementary and not subordinate purpose of this code is to prevent surface lots from being permanent in the downtown as parking craters. We have really successfully built our way back from that condition over the last decades, and it's important that we maintain that momentum. What we understand about economics is that parking operation can be a low capital investment upfront with a continued and guaranteed revenue stream long-term that might preclude interest in redevelopment under different property owners. And so that's just something important for the commission to keep in mind as we think about this globally. To the question about improvements to the lot, you know, any lot should be made zoning compliant. And so I very much understand sort of calibrating the upfront investment for a zoning compliant lot to the time that it can be operated. I think that circles back to revisiting the code and thinking through market dynamics. So just wanted to offer all of those things, both in terms of the larger picture context that our department is trying to work through these and as they apply to the specific proposal in front of us today.
I always look at how I approach things. So this is sort of a Columbo moment, right? It's like, how do we get here, right? And if the process is broken, then we should probably start there. And I'm talking just the code. Why the hell did you have to wait for a year if, in fact, I'm hearing at this table, you have to go to zoning? Why the hell are you in front of planning? In fact, because what I understand, sort of how I digested all this, we as a commission can't approve what you're suggesting because you don't meet 4 criteria. And so therefore, we have to deny you in order to allow you a process that probably should have started freaking a year ago. So I say the process of how these things happen, in my mind, because I ain't that smart, is broken. So I just wanted to point that out because I think you've dealt us a hand that we can't play. So
We're gonna have Shannon respond. Thank you, Vice Chair. Please proceed, Shannon.
Good afternoon, or is it good morning still? So I think the reason why they're here, August, is that the applicant is contending that this is not an expansion. It's not an establishment or an expansion. It's using what was already accessory as accessory and wanting to use where the spaghetti site is while they come up with a development with good faith. And so, you know, there's a lot of things there to consider for you all in the sense that they've presented a development plan to you, but without showing it. They don't want to show it in a public meeting. Is that something worth considering here with conditions in terms of allowing them to make the improvements of the Oppman garage and then maybe using the other lot temporarily with strict conditions from this board rather than going to the Board of Zoning Appeals and seeking a permanent variance to establish surface lots across both of these lots?
Shannon, just for clarity, Evelyn, can you go back to the slide that shows the 4 types of usage, please? So Shannon, I'm clear. 4 uses, yeah. Well, while we bring that up, just Shannon, I'm clear for the Oppman garage, the designation of accessory parking. I guess where I'm still a little confused is, again, under the authority of the Planning Commission, what is the current designated use of the spaghetti warehouse lot? today.
Does the applicant have an answer?
So I guess to clarify what we feel is appropriate in this scenario, if we separate these two scenarios into the two lots, we strongly believe we are compliant and you have the authority to approve the accessory use parking on the Oppman garage site as it was previously approved and included within the original development. The New York Spaghetti House site would fall under the temporary parking lot. I would call that a non-conforming use at the moment because of our inability to install the temporary measures we were supposed to. And I think that you do, again, have the authority to grant a temporary use and parking on that site while we continue to redevelopment opportunities for both sites. So I think, and I'll look to Tony, I think that clarifies to us why we feel you have the authority to do this and why you have the authority to approve and make a motion.
May I ask a clarifying question? Is the aspect of requiring a development plan, is that something you are providing, or
So
I just want to make sure I'm clear?
Let me go. Oppman, the Oppman site is part of a development plan. It's been.
So I'm asking specifically about the New York Spaghetti. Yeah.
New York Spaghetti House. Yes. You can answer
And
that.
Madam Chair, a point of clarification. If I may, you have granted a temporary parking lot at New York Spaghetti House over 10 years ago. And it went to BZA for that final approval, and BZA also granted that temporary use. The applicant never built the lot, but they have parked it for 11 years. And so it was a temporary use for 2 that they've now used for 11. So in terms of like granting a second temporary parking use, I don't believe that that's ever been done and matches the code.
So may I?
Yes, please.
The commission may, however, approve a request by the owner, so you can approve for 1 year. And if it's not done with 1 year, it has to be basically seated. However, the commission may approve a request by the owner to extend use of the temporary parking lot for a period not greater than 1 year in duration if the committee determines that the owner has made a good faith effort to secure the approved development. During the time period of such extension, the commission and the owner shall undertake discussions regarding efforts to facilitate appropriate redevelopment of the property. At the conclusion of the extension period, the property either shall be landscaped as open space or shall be converted to another appropriate non-parking use. I would presume that you could continue to ask for further extension. So I'm not seeing where the development plan would have been wired maybe upon the initial approval, but if we're talking about an extension, I think the measure would be, is there a good faith effort to secure the approved development, which is subjective and I think relies on the director being able to convey to us or characterize the conversations if you believe there's a good faith effort to develop these projects or if there isn't. That's to me the question I have about extending the one. To me, this is about the Spaghetti House is extending for another. Do we feel that there's a good faith effort that justifies extending for a year? And if you guys want to make improvements to it to make it look nicer, only for a year from now there to be a new development, and you could have saved that money, then like I don't care.
And again,
to the councilman, I appreciate that line of questioning and would just direct you to Section H of the ordinance, which beyond the 2-year extensions gets kicked to the Board of Zoning Appeals for additional extensions of temporary lots. So if the commission wished to sort of decide to process this along that line of reasoning, the decision to extend beyond 2 years, which would have been served 11 and 10 years ago, would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for further extension.
So Director, if or from what Dan said, if this body, which I was not on this body 10 years ago, approved this in 2016, and from understanding what you're saying, in 2018, they would have had to come back for the extension?
That is how the code is written.
2015 to 2017. Yeah.
And we agree to that. I mean, we were supposed to come back and just got busy and never had a reminder. So it just never happened. And it wasn't, I mean, give you the history. The only reason we started talking about New York Spaghetti House at all in this scenario was because we were there with Oppman. And all of a sudden we started talking about the whole development.
Right.
So again, I take blame in that, but there's also, it's hard to remember when that you know, when you're in the middle of your work and running and jumping, you know, it's hard to figure out when I gotta go back.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity. Was there another comment from the commission members?
Shannon's hand needs to go.
Shannon, is your hand up from last time or did you have an additional comment?
I don't have an additional comment. I'm just
Okay.
waiting.
Thank you.
Line with this, but I guess I'll try to make a motion. I'm gonna say something and then you guys can help me craft what I'm trying to say.
And
But-
Councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if, I think maybe two motions might make sense depending on what you're going to say.
I'm gonna give, my motions will be, I think, I agree that this is not the expansion or establishment relative to the Oppman site. I not certain based on section H that we have authority to grant the temporary lot at the New York Spaghetti House. However, I will say on the record that if that is denied and goes to BZA, I think personally BZA should approve it. Just it's not that we may not have the authority for that, but I will move approval of the parking lot I will move approval of the plans of the presentation from the applicant relative to the Oppman parking lot at 944 Prospect Avenue East.
A second.
We have a motion in a second. Roll call.
Just further.
I don't think it's that simple, Charlie.
Okay,
That's
help me.
Because it's not a parking lot now. You're tearing down a structure. It's not right? I mean, that's where
The structure has been demolished.
when was it demolished? See,
So-
you understand
so,
why
yeah,
I
planning
can't
commission-
render an opinion because there's so many damn balls in the air.
This is very multi-layered and I am sympathetic that information is, we're continuing to synthesize information in real time here.
Let me make a point. I don't feel comfortable voting right now, one way or the other, because it's not clearly delineated, articulated. All the facts aren't clear in my head. I'm sorry. And I know it's clear to you guys because you've been in it. I haven't. And maybe I ain't that smart. Maybe I'm off my game today, but there's a lot of pieces and parts here that are moving. And I just want to let you guys know, you can do what you want. I'm going to vote how I feel.
That, and just to clarify, the intent, the theory behind my motion is that this site was previously approved as accessory parking for a larger development, and that the alteration to the parking within the site, within the site confines itself, does not change the fact that it was approved for accessory parking relative to a prior development project.
I'm gonna follow your logic, but how was a permit issued to tear down this structure if this didn't apply to it then? I don't understand.
I can provide that background.
Chronology of what we're talking about here.
Sure, I
It's
can
not
provide
big.
that. I think one question just to the councilman's motion is, would you be amenable to integrating that rationale into your motion language that you just stated?
Yes.
Thank you. To the commission, Vice Chair Fluker, this originally came to Planning Commission, I believe, in September with the request to demolish the two-story parking garage structure that was in poor condition. It was shared with the commission at that time that the structure was sort of imminently dangerous and needed demolition in a timely manner. They also brought the question of establishing what was discussed at that time as establishing a new surface parking lot on the site following the demolition of the structure. In September, planning.
Did that happen?
At that meeting, Planning Commission approved the demolition of the structure and postponed the plan for future use. Well, Planning Commission approved the demolition of the structure with the site to be graded and reseeded, with the applicant to come back to Planning Commission for approval for future use. And that is what we are here today
Future
doing.
development use. See, this is where I'm getting, this is where my brain is going, because that's all I've seen here, the criteria. Not trying to be difficult here, but if you're asking us to do something that has legal ramification, in my mind, I need to understand the facts, all the facts, and what is and what isn't. That's all.
If I could, I just want to get some history again on confusion on that matter. When we came and presented on the demolition of that structure, the adamant discussion, and it was noted in the meeting notes multiple times, that the demolition of that structure and the proceeding of the approval of that should not hinder or change the future use or future opportunity of that use of that aspect. It was an emergency motion that was being requested to not delay because of a safety and health welfare issue. And this is why at the time we did not want to demo that building, because as soon as we felt we removed that structure from that building, this type of discussion would happen. So at that time, we were adamant and we were told on record that if we were to demolish and make that site safe, that would not prevent any of the future modifications for future parking or other aspects, and it'll be handled through this process. Unfortunately, that was a year ago, and it's now been another year since we're coming back. So I just want to clarify that, because we were adamant that we didn't start this process disjointed because of this concern.
I'm done hijacking. If you want to amend your motion, then we can vote, then okay, thank you.
I have a question real quick. Is the applicant stating they have not used their 1 year following demolition of the spaghetti building?
We're on Oppman Group, or Oppman Group, Oppman Group. Pardon?
We're only talking about Oppman right now, Shannon.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No problem.
I'll come back to that, Shannon. Thanks.
So we have a motion with some amendments. Are you good, Evelyn, for what that entails?
No, she isn't. That's my whole point.
Charlie, can you please restate?
My motion is to approve the presented surface parking lot on the site of the former Oppman garage, based on the fact that it is previously approved accessory parking for a redevelopment project.
Second? We have a second?
I did second, didn't I?
Okay, sorry, Denise. A lot has transpired in 10 minutes. And my little granola bar is hanging on by a thread. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
No.
McCray Scott,
Yes.
Sergeant.
Think
He's
Sergeant.
not present. Slife
Yes.
and Whitfield.
No.
Okay. So that is on the Oppman garage. Now we will need a motion, separate motion, excuse me, on the spaghetti warehouse.
Prior to making a motion, and I think to get into Shannon's question, Section E states, I'm sorry, guys. Section E states that a temporary parking lot can be approved for 1 year with a further 1 year extension, and then refers to Section 8 in that any extension beyond that 1 year would need to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, who would determine if delays are caused by circumstances beyond the control of the owner, and which would be present regardless of the particular ownership of the property. I think the first question is, if this temporary lot was approved a decade ago and the applicant never came forward to seek that 1 year extension, has this been just in non-compliance for 9 years, and do we have the authority to grant the 1 year extension after a 9 year non-compliance period, or was that opportunity lost and it would need to have some further or additional avenue to maintain or legalize the temporary use?
And
Before
Councilman,
Dave responds, I think it's a good question. It's an awkward situation on that front because it during that time, there was the police headquarters project. There were two other private projects. So there wasn't a big demand or desire to do something like that. The city never came back and cited or said you were out of compliance at any point in time. And really, should the applicant have come back technically to ask for the extension? City never asked for it. Applicant didn't ask for it. They continued. So that is what happened. And Dave, you're welcome to elaborate, but I think we've talked about this before.
I mean, I think if members of the commission, if you look at the way it's articulated, if you have an approved development plan, you can get your temporary. And then if you're in good faith pursuing that plan, you haven't been able to make it happen, but you're still pursuing it, then you can get an extension. So I think what you're looking at here is it was an approved development plan, but it never came to fruition. And now they're trying on a different development plan. And I think the expectation of the ordinance then is that it reverts to green space until it gets developed. So we've all been arguing today. I tried to head this off. It's an extremely strict ordinance. It prohibits surface lots except in a very narrow eye of the needle kind of way, right? And no one's happy with that. I'm not sure the city's happy with that, but that's what the council passed, and that's what you are asked to apply. And I would like to find a way in the future where you wouldn't have to have an entire presentation and debate and argument if in fact you're going to look at the eye of the needle and declare they're not headed through it till they get to BZA. So why are we having this long discussion about it? Let's just push it on to BZA in a hurry, maybe not here and administratively deny it. I don't know the mechanics of that, but that's what I think is an answer to your question, Mr. Slade.
and Madam Chair, if I could just a point of clarification, you have never had a redevelopment plan for New York Spaghetti House. There was only a request for a temporary lot at that location. The applicant may have never installed the lot to a code compliant specification, but they've certainly used it for paid parking for the last 11 years. So to extend further, all of which would have to be done at BZA, not here, but they've had de facto an 11-year extension, whereas most people would get a maximum of 3, or they would come back every year to BZA. And that's really the heart of the matter is the applicant needs to really coordinate with the city. And I'll admit the city probably needs to have a better system to coordinate with applicants in these scenarios so that every year they are coming back to BZA and requesting those and that they implement the improvements that they got the permit for, because that permit is discarded.
Yeah. Commission members, do we have someone that would like to make a motion?
Okay, in light of the language of section 3, combination of section 349.14 E and H, and understanding that the parking lot in question is currently non-compliant, I will move to deny the request due to the inability of this planning commission to offer the approval, and in doing so, refer this to the Board of Zoning Appeals, noting a personal hope that their plan to improve this temporary lot is approved.
Second. Motion and a second. Evelyn, you have what you need? Okay. Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thank you all. Wish
Thank you,
a great
Madam Chair.
Friday and wonderful weekend.
Appreciate your time. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
It's nice.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Do you?
This is Tony. Yes. We got a couple of Anthony's in the room.
We have a series of public art designs coming up. I'll invite Tara to the table, and then we'll start to hear these presentations. Our first one is EC 2026-22, Art 26-002, Nothing Gold Can Stay. Do we have project representative Catherine present? Hi, Catherine. Thanks for hanging out with us. Those for you.
Quickly, are there any recusals in any of these if I run downstairs and get a phone charger? Am I gonna mess up quorum?
I think you're okay.
All right. For the sake of the greater good, I will be right back.
Sorry, guys, it's been one of those days.
That's a good one.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Welcome. And your name for the record, sir?
Danny Palmer.
Thank you. Tara, are you gonna kick us off? Yes.
Thank you. It's good to be back here. I've missed you all. This project was approved by the Central East Design Review on July 23rd. I'm going to turn it over to the artist. I am in support generally of this project. There were some building modifications made in preparation for the mural, which you'll see the existing conditions since those modifications. But I want to just let the artist get straight to her presentation. Catherine, thank you.
So if you go to the slide, this project is part of Oriana House. I don't know if, can you see that? Oh, there you go. Hi, everybody on Zoom. Hope you're getting some stress breaks from all that. So this is part of Oriana House, which is a re-entry center that I've collaborated with for 5 years. We are doing 6 locations on this campus to make all the buildings connect. This is a mural from a few years ago honoring Fannie Mae Lewis. You see in the next site, if you go into the next slides, this is a longer view. The planters fill in the summer. You can go to the next slide. There's another mural across the street. If you're able to go. It's not working. Oh, okay, well. Oh, it is working. It's just the lady that I can Oh, okay. Pointing at your Anyway, so we've done several murals that work well for this site, and that families are reunifying there. We've done 2 projects inside as well that make the family visitation centers more welcoming. This is a collaboration I did with the poet Keisha Nicole Foster on the subject of mercy. You see this intersection at Huff, and it's in need of a lot of improvement. It's pretty rough there at night, and you see the diversion center building is where we're proposing this mural project for. It has been approved by design review, and I brought in answers to questions that they still had on materials. It's inspired by a poem by Robert Frost, which is incorporated into the papers that are flying through the design. It's a image of a figure in state of migration, in that East 55th was a historic street that existed before any of Midtown existed. And in the poem, you have the acknowledgement of the temporal nature of life, and the poem itself is a reflection in the image. As far as material questions that have been asked, some of the slides show that we are working on D-bond paneling for all of the figurative imagery. I included in the slide information on the quality of paints that we're using on the cement paneling, cement walls, and then the other material we brought samples here today. The windows themselves are going to remain, in that there's so many surfaces there that it's much easier to paint in and around the windows. And they have a plexiglass covering over them, so we brought a sample today of the quality of the paint surfaces that the general colors that are going over the windows will include. So these are all materials I've used before. You can pass around these samples of the D-bond paneling. It's common signage material, but when artists use it, it provides us a lot of opportunity to sustain the work and put high quality varnish materials over it that allow it to be repurposed if the work's ever taken down. I don't foresee this coming down in 15
for 20 years from now, but it's just a preservation. And it creates like less maintenance work and more dexterity of the work. So that is our proposed image for this intersection, and it's going to connect up with other murals that are surrounding it. So we're asking for approval to be able to go forward with installation of this mural within the next 2 months. You can see in the handouts that I gave exactly where the panels are versus the sections that are painted on the stucco itself. And it's really in the final phase of the project, the landscape of the skyline. And the goldenrod are what is painted physically on the wall, and the rest are painted on aluminum surfaces so that we can sustain the painterly quality. The other questions that have come up in design review that have been resolved is regarding the lantern will be cut out. So the sustaining of quality of the brick was one concern, and we will be leaving that brick exposed and have a signage material that I gave you samples of to create that mural surface. So we are searching up design review and your approval to proceed with this project.
Thank you so much. Mr. Carver, anything you would like to add?
Also, the gold letters will probably be used in dark. So I see.
Yeah, we had changed those to a black.
These pictures of the paper and the cutout as well. Oh, so
yeah.
It says how it's gonna be done.
This warms my heart. I worked at Oriana House many moons ago. So art was a huge part of keeping the clients inspired and hopeful. And so it's been great to see over the course of, at least since I left, how many different murals have emerged both internally as well as externally.
It means a lot to me to do work that's for family reunification spaces.
Thank you.
So
Would it make sense to, instead of doing the letters in black, just to have it be like outlined in black but still gold?
Yeah,
we've looked at combinations of silver and gold in reflection of the Robert Frost poem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're
just given the name, there's a way to keep a gold aspect. Maybe it's workable.
We might do that.
If anybody wants to date themselves, it was a very prominent poem in the movie Outsiders in the 80s.
Oh, you old.
Great movie.
Back in 1985, I met.
Listen, Vice Chair.
And I also did want to, through the chair, that Councilwoman House Jones is also aware of the project and been in support.
Okay. Thank you. Commission members, comments, questions, or a
Just
motion?
real quick, Tara, I'm sorry if I missed this. What do you mean by that comment of the unusual architecture?
Oh, there was some building architecture that stood out on the building at the bottom, but at the bottom of the building, but the panels are covering it all up now. But yeah,
This section of it, we flattened it.
they flattened it to
Awesome.
prepare for the
I
mural.
love the mural. I drive by there a lot. I try and take it in as I drive. So
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you.
It's a nice image.
Yes. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve EC 2026-022, Art 26002. Lots of numbers. Nothing gold can stay.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Couple of motions, couple of seconds. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Victor,
Yes.
Ray Scott,
Yes.
Life,
Yes.
and Whitfield's not present.
Just stepped away for a moment.
All right, still, that was approved.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank
to
you,
all.
thank you.
First thing in the morning.
Evelyn, I'm going to step out just for a moment and turn it over to Vice Chair.
And Tara,
Thank you.
very much. I'll see you.
Okay,
I'm taking over as the chairperson. In a row. We are here for item number EC 2026-023, Art 26009. The Euclid utility box wraps. I think we
Oh,
have
yeah.
good here today. Speak on behalf of the foundation.
Good afternoon.
Are my mic on? Go ahead, sir, or Tara, if you want to go first.
I'll let Michael start. He's been waiting a long time.
I appreciate that. I just want to say I'm pleased to be here. I appreciate the commission's time and attention. I guess we can get started with the slide presentation. I'll try to make this quick, but it is an exciting project. We can go to the next slide. So we're building on the Mandel Foundation's original investment in the traffic control boxes along Euclid. The character of the corridor has changed a bit, and we're looking to update this art that has been existent for some time. Our strategy is to honor legacy, recognize that those who have helped define the community, strengthen place, and invite connection. You see here the existing conditions of the street control box. This request is to improve the art only. And here's the site context. A little bit about, myself. I work as the director of the place-based development for the Cleveland Foundation, and I work at the intersection of people and place. And coincidentally, we're talking about this intersection here where place is being developed, and we are working diligently to include community and people. This is quickly becoming one of the most busy intersections in the Midtown neighborhood. We've got the Cleveland Foundation here as well as the Midtown Collaboration Center. And you can see the two control boxes on the corner of E66 and Euclid. We can go to the next slide. We can go one back.
It's got a little trigger.
I hear, I see. We go back a little bit. All right. So before we get into the project itself, those individuals that we want to honor are Reverend DeForest Brown, Satchel Paige, Larry Doby, Fannie Lewis, and Carl B. Stokes. These individuals were leaders in the Midtown and Huff neighborhoods, and we really want to continue to honor their legacy and share their legacy with community. This is what the proposed artwork looks like in place. There are the eastern-facing panels and the western-facing panels. Again, this proposal is only for an update to the artwork. Really important component of this project is storytelling and engagement. On the art, there will be QR codes that will lead folks to a landing page that will tell the story of these individuals. We're also initiating an engagement activity to get stories from community members who were impacted by these individuals, those who have those memories, reflections. We are in conversation with the Stokes family. We'll be meeting with Cordell Stokes next week to talk about this project. He loves it so far. We're also in conversation with the Cleveland Guardians to help us with the Larry Doby family and Satchel Paige. We're in conversation with Councilwoman Howes and her office about honoring Fannie Lewis. And we're also in conversation with the Western Reserve Historical Society. We will be reaching out to East Mount Zion Baptist Church to work on the reflections for Reverend DeForest Brown. We do have community support for this project. Midtown Cleveland has offered a letter of support, and you saw that in the last slide. And our implementation approach is here. We love the art. It is ready to go. With your approval, we will move quickly to fabrication. We would like to see this art up as soon as possible. We're also working in parallel to begin the design approach for that website. We do not want the art to be delayed by the website, but we think that this parallel work will actually work together and we'll get both of them done about the same time. Once the installation takes place, we'll launch it and we'll continue to steward the project by getting more and more reflections. We don't want this to be a static website, but we'll continue to reach out to the community for their input and insights. So this request for approval is for artwork only. It's consistent with our district goals, and we're looking for immediate implementation of this project. And that is the end of my presentation. I want to thank you all and request your approval.
Thank you, Michael. This was approved by the Central East Design Review Committee back on July 9th with no conditions. I'm supportive of it. I actually love this project. Even though it's smaller scale, I think it has the potential for big impact, the educational component, honoring people that are specific to this particular neighborhood in our city that are icons. So I would look forward to seeing an approval for it. Thank you. And Stephanie, Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones also supports it.
And actually, back in 1985, I did meet Councilwoman Fannie Lewis as a student out of college, and they were picketing a project called Lexington Village in Huff. But anyway, had to share some history. I'd like to make a motion to approve the artwork as presented by Mr. Hood.
Second.
Back to being chair. Hello. Motion and second. Roll call, please. I'm like looking at August like.
Anthony?
Yes.
Yes.
Craig Scott?
Yes.
Slife?
Yes.
And Whitfield?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you all so much. Sorry, it's getting a little loopy when we hit the 12:30 hour.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
There's
Thank you,
parking
Michael.
restrictions going into effect at 6 p.m. So you guys know.
And Tara, if we can just try, we still have a
Go
number
fast.
of mandatory
Yes.
legislations and presentations.
I'm gonna go fast. I lost the artist for the first park. I think the artist for the second part. Yeah, the second park I think is still here, and the third park I don't know if he's here. So I'm gonna go quick.
Let me just introduce. So we're gonna move to Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be adjoined. All three of those parks are like in the same presentation, but we
okay.
bring motions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll refer to the first one, even though I know you said that the person may not be here.
Or
So the
park.
next set of presentations that we're gonna see are still under the public art design review. Art 26-011A, that's Orr Park. 011B, that is Mercedes Cotner Park, and then 011C for City Park. And that's the last one for this set. Okay. So we will hear all three of these presentations together, but separate motions, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the first one is Orr Park, which is on the east side. That's artist 4030 Studios. Primary artist with them is Days One. The second one, the artist is Eileen Dorsey, who is on the call, and the third is Forest City Park, which is the southeast side park. And Mercedes Cotner is on the west side. So the first one, Orr Park, is at 9605 Lamont Avenue in Ward 6. The new Ward 6 in the Huff neighborhood. There was a renovation, clean and green, and expansion of the park with a public art budget of $24,450. This is just a general location of where the park is in the Huff neighborhood. The site plan for the park's expansion and new amenities or improved amenities. So this park had 15 applicants. 3 were disqualified for incomplete submissions. 3 finalists were interviewed and scored, and the selected artist, who was local, was Days One. The artist conducted research about the former prominent neighborhood resident, Charles Chestnut, and engaged the community through council ward meetings and neighborhood festivals. For anyone not familiar with Charles Chestnut, he was a prominent African-American author, political activist, and attorney who lived in the neighborhood. His novels explored racial identity, social injustice, and he was the first Black published in the Atlantic Monthly. He's buried at Lakeview Cemetery, and he and his wife raised their 4 children over in the neighborhood. And he also was featured on a U.S. Postal Service Black Heritage stamp back in 2008. So I'm gonna, since they're gone, I'm just gonna go over the project. They have been engaging. They wanted to do something and enliven the park. They did some engagement at festivals. These are just some photographs from a award meeting they had with Council President Griffin. They're going to have mural components as well as structures. These are the paint selection colors for the mural components of the park. The structures are going to be this polycarbonate material that's formed 2 half-inch sheets that are formed to make inch-thick sheets. So that'll be the structure components. Oops. And then they have the anchor and details, how it's going to be bolted in the ground. The Public Art Committee and our parks folks did recommend that they, instead of having it flush with the ground, that they lift it up a little bit so it doesn't get damaged by mowers. And there are several components. So this is the area near the splash pad, existing condition. So they're going to have two structures. One is going to be this image of Charles Chestnut with the QR code to the history of him in African American literature, his social injustice work, as well as his tie to the neighborhood. And these are going to be visible from both sides. And that's one of two structures. This is just a map of where his former residence was in relation to the park. And then the other structure will be, and this is all based on community feedback that they got. They wanted to show the diversity of the city with different background children represented in this unity structure. Right now, they're proposing it with QR codes to the Cleveland Division of Recreation, which we're waiting to hear back from that part is approved for the project. Another section of the park is going to be this mist tower. There's going to be a mural. That's the existing condition. And you all saw the mural colors earlier. This would be the basic gist of the installation, color and pattern. On the far west end of the park, this is existing condition where they're going to have two more of the polycarbonate structures. Each of two different children playing, and again, QR codes to the family recreation centers, the city's recreation centers. And they're 4x5. I forgot to mention the height and width. This is the retaining wall next to what was formerly Citizens Leadership Academy. That's the second portion for mural work. And that's a mock-up. And then this is the views from the walking path on the north end of the park, the rear walking trail. And their final installation here would be this Cleveland skyline that's artistically done, again, with a QR code to the recreation center if that's approved. And then this shows a map environment of all the locations throughout the park. So you can see the children playing on the far left, as well as the installation of the Cleveland structure. And then on the right, you'll have the Charles Chestnut and the Unity and the other mural. So that's the first one. Do you all want me to go to the second one, or do you want to do the motion first?
Just have a quick question. See, there's two layers of polycarbonate material. Are they doing an inner layer like laminate glass? So
between the two, yes, and visible from both sides.
That'll protect the image.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm okay if we want to do the motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to approve R26-00011A Public Art Program.
We have a motion.
I'm sorry, it was approved by the Public Art Committee on Wednesday the 5th and has the support of Councilman Griffin.
Okay, thank you. We have a second. Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
Craig Scott, Denise, maybe not present. Slight,
I'm here. I'm here.
Ryan Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, got that, Denise. Thank you.
Denise too. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
The next park is Mercedes Cotner Park at 9417 Maywood Avenue, which is now Nikki Hudson's Ward 11, formerly Jasmine Santana in Ward 14 in the West Boulevard neighborhood. This was a full park renovation with the exception of the pool, with the public art budget of $22,500, but our artists came in under budget at $19,875. And this is just a general location of where the park is within that neighborhood. And the site plan for the park, this park has a pump track, the only pump track in the area, outdoor pump track. Raised Indoor Bike Park has a indoor pump track. So that's for this park. So when we issued the RFQ, it was for something bike themed, not too literal, but something bike themed.
Sorry, Tara, what the heck is a pump track?
It's a asphalt that's far, and it's in these pictures. These are some pictures of the amenities, but you can ride your bike and it's like creates like a, I would say like asphalt sand dunes, for lack of better
That's
words.
made for old people. Got it.
My kid loves getting injured.
So yeah, these are just some pictures of the track, the basketball court, some of the new amenities around the park. And this park had 17 applicants, 4 were disqualified for incomplete submissions. We interviewed 4 finalists and scored them. The selected artist again is local. Her name is Eileen Dorsey, and she is on the call. She worked with events facilitated by Westtown Community Development Corporation to conduct in-person and online community surveys, including at the Variety Village Street Festival last fall. And these are just some photos from her engagement with the community to inform her designs for the park. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Eileen to quickly go over her project, and she is working with a local fabricator, Fab Lab RBX Exchange. Thanks, Eileen.
Thanks, Tara. Thanks everyone for having me. I appreciate your time. Very excited to present today. So yes, I will be working with Ron from RBX Rebuilders Exchange. Here's some examples of our work. Next slide, please. I'll be proposing 3 interactive bike-themed sculptures. They're steel sculptures, and laser cut images will be cut out of them. Images will be depicting bike riders' point of view, scenes informed by my community outreach. There'll be shadow play introduced into these sculptures, where the images will reflect on the ground, and they will be round in shape to mimic this bike wheel. So these are locations of the sites of the sculptures. Next slide. And this is the proposed art. Next slide, please. Each design has shadow play, and each is a bicyclist's point of view. So you can see the bike with the handlebars. The images in black are actually cut out of steel. And this specific sculpture is Edgewater Beach with the willow tree. And there's a sunrise because the park's former name, Sunrise, was part of the name. So I wanted to include that. And each of the sculptures has a pareidolia elements, which means there's faces that you may see in each. Materials are 11 gauge steel, steel tubing for legs, laser cut images, and powder coated. This one is, this design is, oh, we lost, I don't know what's going on.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay.
It's very sensitive at sometimes.
The next one, I think we left on the pink one. Yeah. So this a lot of the feedback, people were interested in paths. A lot of the children were interested in hearts and flowers, so I created flowers with heart-shaped leaves. Next slide, please. The dimensions, the face round image main section is 3 feet. The sculpture is 54 inches tall. They'll be installed 42 inches into the ground and 2 feet from the sidewalk. Additionally, and it's not seen in this rendering, there also will be a cement platform about 5 inches off grade level so that lawnmowers and weed whackers won't hit this, damage the sculpture. This specific design is, so I was going to explain the design, but if you, additional material information, thank you. This one has, a lot of the children wanted butterflies and flowers and hearts, so the inspiration for this one. additional information on the materials. It's made of steel, which is can absorb impact, ideal for material in park. Protective layer of powder coating is corrosion resistant. Powder coating is also resists scratching, chipping, and fading. It's a environmentally friendly option, and insulation will be set into 8-inch sonotubes in cement that are 42 inches in the ground. Next slide, please. Maintenance plan has a minimum of 20 years life expectancy. It's yearly site visits to hose down. I also will be reaching out to make park maintenance to proper care and to see if there's anything else that needs to be done. And these are the colors that I've chosen based off of feedback from the community. So next slide, please. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eileen. To share to the committee, this was approved by the Public Art Committee on August 5th. I did reach out to Councilwoman Hudson. I haven't heard back, but I'll take no news as good news.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Eileen. Commission members, any comments or questions?
This is awesome. I love laser cut art. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Part 26011B as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony?
Yes.
Luker?
Yes.
Gray Scott?
Yes.
Slife?
Yes.
And Whitfield?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you very much. Thank you much for your time.
Of course.
This is the last through the public art program. This is for Forest City Park on the southeast side at 3510 Kimmel Road. Is Terrence Hubbard on the call by any chance? That's the artist. Okay, we'll move. So this is, oh, okay, good. I'll turn it over to you shortly. Richard Starr is the councilman for this now, Ward 5. It originally, when we started, was Rebecca Moore before the new changes. This is in the Broadway Slavic Village neighborhood. There was a full renovation of the park with a modest public art budget of $11,168. The park renovation itself is complete. This is just a map of the general location within the neighborhood. It's one of our smaller parks. And the site plan for what the park looks like. And then these are just some updated photos of existing conditions of the park. You see a lot of green space. There's a shelter, some play equipment. And then these, the picture on the right, the right and then the lower, which represent the areas where we're proposing these structures get installed. So this park had 13 applicants, 3 were disqualified for incomplete submissions, 3 finalists were interviewed and scored, and the local artist that was selected is Terrence Hubbard, who's on the line. He did live in the neighborhood until recently. I went with Terrence to engage the community through gathering input at one of the meetings facilitated by Slavic Village. I forgot to take pictures, so I don't have pictures of that meeting, but we were there together. This is some of Terrence's previous work that he did through Rooms to Let, the basketball court at the city's Warsaw Park, and then his cat wrapped utility box. And what I also did not mention, in addition to being an artist, Terrence is also a furniture maker, which is also part of what informed his design for the park. Terrence, I'm going to turn it over to you for now to go through your presentation.
Okay, where do you leave off at the vision board or page? I'll pick up from there. So on that vision slide, we have exhibit A and B.
Okay, I'll go.
You're going back.
There you go.
Can you see it?
I'm on a call right now, actually.
Oh, okay. So what Terrence is proposing are these eco-friendly sculptural structures that have like a spiral effect, or like a DNA structure. Who's moving the slides? Oh, okay. So there's two, I think you're going a little too quick.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
through the vision.
we went through the vision. Can you talk about the dimensions? Exhibit A is the larger structure that's going to go in the front of the park closer to the sidewalk. Exhibit B is the smaller of the two structures that's going to go towards the rear of the park. This is Exhibit A. Can you talk about the materials and the dimensions for it, Terrence?
So the type of wood I'm using is a koi. I was possibly looking into using a wood that I salvaged years ago, maybe 12 years ago, from a building that the city demolished. We decided to keep the beams since they were so good, and that's a heart pine. But I'm gonna go through that wood if I'm approved to see if it's visibly pleasing. But beyond that, Exhibit A is roughly 12 feet and some inches. That's dimension wise. And Exhibit B is about 8 feet. So they're going to be anchored. And I think I'm going about 2.5 to 3 feet underground with concrete posts. And, that's all I got for now.
And these are just different views because they're going to look different from different angles on the site. And this shows the footers. The footers are about almost 32 inches. In addition to the structures themselves, he is going to have mulch beds around them because these structures tend to invite play. So he's got 6 inches of mulch around them, as well as stainless steel landscaping tubing around the edges of each of those 2 locations. And then this is the maintenance plan, where they should last for at least a couple of decades. We also
20.
We also met with Parks Department project manager for the park, as well as a deputy commissioner. And so that's where he got his information on how deep the mulch bed needs to be and how much it needs to surround the structures.
Thank you so much.
And Councilman Starr is also aware of the project.
You said who was that?
Councilman Starr is in his ward.
Commission members, comments, questions, motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Art 26-011C as presented.
Second the motion.
Motion in a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
Gray Scott,
Yes.
Life,
Yes.
Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Terrence.
Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you all.
Our next item is Art 26-010. This is the Art Garden Project Model Citizen and Spina Flora Sculptures. We have project representative Adam Gifford and then the artist as well. If you could just state your name for the record, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Ariel Vergez, also known as Black Brain.
Thank you. Hi, Adam.
Adam Gifford, I work at Metro West.
Any pre-comments or you want to just jump right in with Adam?
This project is not in a design review district, so it's coming directly to you all. They worked with Councilwoman Santana directly. You saw portions of this conceptually at the presentation by the Western Reserve Land Conservancy back on June 5th. And they're going to be showing you 2 of 3 sculptures that are going into this area.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice seeing everybody again. The Art Garden was a beautiful project that got seeded by the Transformative Arts Fund. And I'll read a couple of the paragraphs and get the introductions going. Our garden is a sculpture-led civic landscape seeded by the Transformative Arts Fund, transforming 3 adjacent vacant lots that are 3 parcels into a connected public art destination along Florae Avenue corridor. At its center are 3 large-scale mural works by Cleveland artists, Blackburn, that's myself, Andrew Reach, and one in collaboration with Arlen Graff, all local artists. The centerpiece of the exchange for the Pocket Park is the Spina Florae. Model Citizen is a utilitarian sculpture and public bench anchoring the Gather Pocket Park. And the Geobird is the focal point of the Perch Pocket Park. The pocket parks are incorporated seamlessly as landscape settings for the sculptures, providing green space visibly circulating the flexible public use while allowing the artworks to remain the primary anchor of the projects. Western Reserve Land Conservancy and Councilwoman Santana are leading the placement and development of the park framework, while sculpture fabrication is already underway, positioning the artwork as a defining civic layer that completes the landscape. The project goals was number 1, keep it local. 2, tell the community story through art. 3, align the Store Avenue corridor investments. 4, design with maintenance considerations. And the 5th is to create a neighborhood spark. And the partners in the project, Councilwoman Santana's office, Metro West Community Development, Blackburn Group, and Western Reserve Conservancy. The overall site context is, store between 52 and 50th, and we're looking at these 4 parcels that were leased from the city, and yellow and red are the ones that we'll be talking about, and then pink with the Geobird is for information purposes only, so we can see the overall plan. This was with the work of Western Reserve Land Conservancy. We looked at how we can theme every parcel so that each of them had a purpose. The Model Citizen becomes the Gather Park, the Spina Florae becomes the Exchange Park, and the Geobird is the Rest Park. From that, they've developed the plans that got approved for the pocket parks on how we can add barriers for all the neighbors, as well as creating seating accoutrements that can complement the sculpture pieces and create an ecosystem of pocket areas so that the local neighbors can partake in the development. And then I'll start with what will be the Model Citizen, the Gather Park. And right now this tree is coming down. It had some rot issues, and the current garden that was created for memorial purposes is becoming a more permanent installation in the work that Western Reserve is doing. We're going from 1 through 4, going clockwise from the corner of the tree, and just seeing how the lot looks right now. With Western Reserve, they're gonna grade it and then start development on the parks while we start getting foundation going when that gets completed. Here's a rendering of what the sculpture looked like with the plans that Western Reserve has for the pocket park, where we're looking at these low seating that they're creating, and then we're creating like the utilitarian sculpture element of like this slanted concrete pad that acts as seating, as well as the pedestal for this 8-foot tall sculpture that becomes like the friendly sentinel of the neighborhood. Here's a fabrication in process. Right now we're waiting on engineering for final details on the anchoring system and getting approval of that before we do the final seals and get this bad boy painted. So design, community review, and design approval are checked, and then we're just waiting on the last bits for the fabrication and the permitting before we can install it. Then here are the spec details or the renderings of just the sculpture itself, the sculpture visualizations, and kind of looking at what it'll look like in the spring when we have like this cooler lighting reflection, and then how that yellow will transform once we have like more autumn settings with fall and the leaves reflecting the amber. That's it. Here are the specs. Working with artist Andrew Reach. He's very diligent and was able to create these 3D prints so that we can visualize it and see it. And looking at the overall of the map, we have the sculpture element being about 12 feet from the sidewalk and nestled on the left side of the center of the pocket park. Details, it's about 8 feet tall by itself and about 4 feet wide and deep. And with the pedestal, it's going to be closer to 9 feet, 10 inches, almost 10 feet tall, and about 14 feet wide with the concrete pad underneath it. And then here's some anchoring details that Andrew created. He has a previous experience as an architect, and that's the one thing that we need to just clarify with engineering on whether this can happen. But his idea is to have it floating above the ground so that there's never water that seeds under it that can create a rot situation with rust. So looking at how we can elevate it about 1/2 inch so that water doesn't come into it and has a place to go, and then seeds with these L hook anchor bolts onto the concrete seating pad. Here's the pad isolated with its overall dimensions. And then the next parcels that we're looking at is for the Spina Florae, and similar situation, needs to get graded, which will happen with Western Reserve's participation in the pocket parks, and they started the process rudimentarily already. And then after grading, once they install the pocket parks, we'll look at inserting the foundation elements before installing the sculpture themselves. And then here's a visualization of the sculpture from one of the earlier renderings, because I believe the concrete pads or concrete benches are now replaced with some wood prefab benches. So that part's inaccurate, but everything else is in line with their design considerations. And then here are the fabrication images. When it was fully built, we erected it so that we can see where all the anchor points will go, where all the joints will go. And then after this, we had to take it apart so that we can paint it and then ready for delivery. Overall, this is like 10 feet, almost 10 feet high by 10 feet wide, the flower head. And then from the tip of the flower to the spine is about 29 feet. And then this is aluminum, so that it less corrosion with like rust, and overall lighter for the sake of its size. And then here's images of the paint process. We did Sherwin-Williams bond paint for the aluminum, and then there's 30 exterior industrial top coat. The color is real red. And here are the specs. You know, this one similarly, the concrete pad is 12 feet from the sidewalk, with the flower being about 7 feet from the sidewalk. And overall dimensions, you know, like mentioned, was 29 feet long and about 10 feet high. And then yeah, I already said all that, I guess. And then yeah, this one stays on the what is that, northwest or southwest side of the parcels, with their sidewalk, you know, bending around it. And you know, Tim created a beautiful array of trees that, you know, in 10 years would be like a nice little forest with, you know, like more than the 10 feet space for barrier for neighbors. And then here's some of the anchor details. It touches on 3 main sections, or 9 main sections technically, where it's like from on left, right of the tail, left, right at the center, and then each of the grounded petals will take an anchor, with the spine sections being welded with 1/2-inch screws that go to the anchor point, and the flower petals having the L hooks with bolts to go with that. Again, we're waiting on engineering recommendations because they might it's either the concrete with the bolts or what's that called, the stakes.
And before anyone makes a motion, I did want to add, I forgot to say that the Spina Florae, the red sculpture, was actually conceptually approved by this body September last year, as well as being part of the conceptual presentation for Western Reserve Land Conservancy back in June.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you so much.
And I love it.
I very much remember such a unique sculpture. So thank you. Commission members, comments, questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item Art 26010 as presented.
Second. Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
Ray Scott,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
and Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right.
Hopefully, Madam Chair, I'm not overstepping my bounds. We're at 1 o'clock, so if you guys can dance through this really quickly, it'll be much appreciated because we're losing steam up here.
So we have right. We have a number of mandatory legislative referrals. First one being ordinance number 764-26. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Wilson, Real Estate Project Manager in City of Cleveland Mayor's Office of Capital Projects. Can we, okay, yeah, this is good. So the purpose of this legislation is to authorize the sale of a vacant plot of land on the southeast corner of West 44th and Train Avenue. The city acquired this property from ODOT and has since maintained it for bridge inspection and maintenance purposes. The Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 8 owns that adjacent property south of parcel 716-3. You can see there 71688 is the parcel that Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 8 owns. And so they have inquired about the availability of this parcel. So this is the view, this is the street view from West 44th. And so they want to fence this property, maintain the green space. This is the view from Train Avenue. And if we can just hold here for a second. Because this is really the crux of the matter down here as to why they want to fence it. Because there's been some loitering, some people living underneath this bridge. And so a lot of trash and debris accumulates in this this forested area. And people are also dumping there. And so they want to secure the premise, fence it on Train Avenue from this angle, as well as at the front of the parcel on West 44th. And they eventually plan to expand their parking lot over from the south side of 716-3. So if we can go to the next slide, there's some additional details about the sale. So this sale will carry deed restrictions that will require the Fraternal Order of Police to fence the property and maintain the green space within the year of acquisition, expecting them to eventually expand their parking lot within 2 or 3 years. So this sale will put this property back into productive reuse. As it's a city-owned property, it's currently tax exempt. If we sell it to Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 8, it will become taxable, and thus the school district and the county will get that tax revenue. And they had it appraised. It appraised at $2,100, and that's fair market value. That's what they would pay. We reviewed the appraisal, and we agree with that valuation. The sale is also supported by Councilman Davis, Ward 7.
Thank you so much. Commission members, comments, questions?
I'll move approval.
Motion, we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
McRae Scott,
Yes.
Life,
Yes.
and Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right. Have a wonderful weekend. Our next item is ordinance number 767-26. The very snazzy Hawaiian themed shirt. We appreciate you.
Thank you. It was almost a good morning. Sorry about that. Good afternoon.
You're just teasing us now. I mean, very unkind of you.
I love y'all. Rick Switowski, Administrative Manager for Engineering and Construction. Here with ordinance 767-2026, authorizing Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to Cleveland Public Theater to encroach into the right-of-way on Detroit Avenue, installing and using and maintaining a new blade sign. This new blade sign is to provide greater visibility to the theater and to also have a marker for it. To go to the next slide, please. Oh, I got it. Thank you. This is the current condition of the location of the building on Detroit Road between 64th and 65th. Next, please. Current face of the building. Next, please. Here's where you see the blade sign. Is very unique and quite attractive. It's 14 feet above the ground. It will be attached to the building and stick out 5 feet from the building. It's about 2 feet deep, 3 feet wide, and 23 feet tall. It says public theater and that vertical wording. At the top is a five foot circular portion of the sign that has CPT's initials in it. We have consent from Councilmember Davis. So any questions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve mandatory referral 767-2026.
Second motion.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony,
Yes.
Luker.
Yes.
McRae Scott,
Yes.
Life,
Yes.
and Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Are you staying with us?
Yes.
All right. Ordinance number 768-2026.
Authorizing Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to Cleveland Clinic Foundation to encroach onto, over, and within the public right-of-way of Lorraine Avenue for the purpose of constructing a pedestrian building. If you go to the next slide, please. We'll see a plan view showing the new medical building and cancer center on the north side of Lorraine, and the south side is the existing Cleveland Clinic Fairview Hospital. You can the bridge itself is what's delineated in orange. The next slide give you a little better look at what the pedestrian bridge will look like and how it's connected. Next slide. And there's a rendering of the bridge itself. The bridge is 17 feet above the roadway, 70 feet long. And there's also entrances from the sidewalk with crosswalks to get folks across Lorraine after walking on the street, on the sidewalk. Thank you. We have consent of Councilmember Slife.
This is the first I'm hearing about it. I move approval.
Second, or we have a second? Motion. A motion in a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony.
Yes.
Yes.
McCray Scott.
Yes.
Life.
Yes.
Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carries. At 1:11 o'clock, everything is just like all bets are off at this point, right? Thank you so much. Have a lovely weekend.
You too.
Ordinance number 769, 2026. Oh, you see, I'm not even reading. Welcome.
Hey. So I am here to present ordinance 769-2022-2026 on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects Division of Engineering and Construction. This is the location. This is in Councilman Davis's ward, right behind the Capitol Theater. The city of Cleveland owns a parking lot, a free parking lot behind the Capitol Theater, and we are looking to be able to accept a grant from the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District Green Infrastructure Grant for this parking lot. It will include an annual application. Well, the Green Infrastructure Grant Program is an annual application process, reimbursement method of funding, design and construction activities are eligible, and it must be within combined sewer system areas. The applicant was the Gordon Square Arts District, and along with the Cleveland Improvement Corporation. We are the property owner. The award is for $250,000, and it will hopefully remove 421,700 gallons of stormwater annually from the combined sewer system. And it requires a first-year long-term maintenance plan. Along with this, Capital Projects will be issuing $500,000 in public facilities bonds, and it will include the installation of green infrastructure to retain stormwater within on the site, plantings, bioretention cells, and previous permeable pavement. And hopefully this will make it better for the Capitol Theater over there to operate their business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The haunted Capitol Theater. Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve item number 769, 2026.
Second motion.
Motion in good. Get the words out.
Anthony.
We have a motion in a second. Roll call, please. Thank you, Evelyn.
Anthony.
Yes.
Hooker.
Yes.
McCray Scott.
Yes.
Life.
Yes.
Whitfield.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
So much.
Yep.
Our last mandatory. Yes, we have ordinance unnumbered 2026 to amend chapter 457 of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976.
Yes, where is young lady?
I know.
Good afternoon, Commission members from this side of the table. Lucas and I will be very brief. As you may recall from last summer, we have been making some revisions to Chapter 457, which is the parking for hire license ordinance. So this is for parking lots that charge the public to come park there. City Planning Commission is charged with reviewing the design of the actual lots, bicycle parking requirements, signage, et cetera. And so Lucas has been serving from the mayor's office as a key point of contact with various stakeholders. Planning Commission is sort of the administrative arm of this. And based on our experience and feedback over the last year, we are proposing some revisions to the code to make it both easier for us to administer and easier for parking lot owners to comply.
Good morning. We intend for this presentation to be a lot shorter than the parking conversation from earlier today, so we can get you all out and back to you enjoying your Friday. As Director Mersman so eloquently teed up, some of the goals here as we're exploring some changes to this ordinance are one, to increase the efficiency. We want to make sure that we have streamlined processes around the annual licensing to make sure that we can get this done in an effective manner for applicants. Second, really focusing in on the customer experience related to the first point, but making sure that we're providing transparent communications to applicants of exactly what the expectations are in terms of what needs to be submitted, and to help move them through the process in a timely way. This is already happening, but some of the changes will help to strengthen that. The planning team has done a really great job of providing staff support to applicants to ensure that we're moving them through the process in a way that's helpful to them to come into compliance with what's needed. And third, just really overall strengthening partnerships, as Callie mentioned, working with the stakeholders who are going through this process to understand exactly how we can make the process a little bit easier for them. Callie referenced bike parking, which we'll touch on in a minute, but also for those of you who remember some of the changes we made last year, some of those were really focused on increasing public safety within the parking lots, particularly downtown, with the addition of the safety measures review by Cleveland Division of Police, something that is continuing to be a part of the license application and something that we're seeing a lot of good outcomes there in terms of providing safe lots for folks that use them. Next slide. So some of the changes, we want first to clarify that the site plan requirements for applications do not need to be produced or stamped by an architect or engineer. There was some confusion here from applicants, so wanting to make sure that they know what the minimum requirements are and have planning staff available to not only post that guidance for them to access it, but also help them move through the process. We want to remove the requirement for the applicant to submit their certificate of occupancy as part of that yearly license application process. Certainly the certificate of occupancy is something that's still required for a paid parking facility, but we don't want to have it be a part of that application process on a yearly basis. And second, remove the scaled and dimensioned drawings of signage provision that's required for folks. A lot of confusion here on what exactly is required and how to produce it in an effective manner. And so instead want to handle this through new signage application review, as well as code enforcement for areas where there are challenges with existing signage at these facilities. Then we also want to be able to have a no change certification for yearly renewals. So this would be on that yearly renewal basis, which happens every year around this time, 30 days before termination of the yearly licensing, folks would submit their application for a renewal and could check that there are no changes based on the previously approved application from the year prior to help move it through the process in a much more streamlined way. This would occur not only for the license application, but also for the lots that exist in downtown Cleveland who are beholden to the safety approval through CDP. They would also do a no change certification to say that any of the previously approved safety components of their plan are still in existence. CDP would reserve the right to reevaluate that at any time, but that would make the annual review of that a lot more streamlined and easy. Next slide, please. Callie, I may lean on you to provide a little bit more guidance here on the bike parking provision.
Thanks. Just one clarification on the last point of the last one. Those would be for lots that have already been found to be in compliance with all of the requirements. We also will be inserting an option to allow parking lot operators to pay into a bicycle parking fund for the city to install bike parking in lieu of the operators installing bike parking on their lots or garages. This is a requirement in the code. We certainly want to uphold the goal to continue to provide bicycle parking, but inside a lot or garage isn't always the most obvious or useful place for people riding bikes. So this just provides a payment in lieu of providing the parking so that the city can provide parking in more useful areas in the right of way. And finally, we are removing criminal penalties for things like signage, posted rates, employee requirements, and maintenance. Civil penalties apply to those, any violations of those items. So that is a summary of the recommended changes. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Bird, comments?
I will move approval of unnumbered ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Anthony?
Yes.
Luker?
Yes.
Prescott?
Yes.
Life?
Yes.
And Whitfield?
Yes.
And then we have.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to administratively approve mandatory legislative referrals.
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Anthony?
Yes.
Luker?
Yes.
Prescott?
Yes.
Life?
Yes.
And Whitfield?
Yes.
Motion carries. We have two for information only presentations. First up is Midline Design Guidelines.
You guys are still here?
So we will welcome the team. I know some folks from the team we've met. Just so we have, for the record, we're not obviously swearing you in because it's for information only, but if you could just very quickly make sure your mics are on green and introduce yourself so we know who is present here today.
Yes, Sarah Jex, Midline Project Manager, Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund.
Thank you.
Tim Love from UTL, we're the consultants to the Site Readiness Fund.
Orlando Grant, Site Readiness Fund.
Joe Lanzalotta, Land Studio.
Jesse Yang, Senior Urban Designer with UTL.
What was the organization?
UTL, we're a Boston-based architecture and planning firm.
I appreciate it. All right.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, and we'll try to breeze through these. We have a lot of information to get through, but would be happy to share more later on as well. So thanks again for the opportunity. Today's session is informational only, so we're really looking for your input and feedback at this earlier stage before we return to present a full draft of the master plan. Let's see. Oh, towards you? Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. So yeah, again, my name's Sarah Jex. I'm the Midline Project Manager. It's been a pleasure getting to introduce our work to you all over the past couple of weeks here. I'm joined today by our consultants at UTL, which is a Boston-based urban planning and design firm that's been helping us think through the Midline Master Plan, as well as my colleague Orlando Grant with the Site Readiness Fund and Joe Lanzalotta with Land Studio. We're also working with Merritt Chase, which is a landscape architecture firm that has a lot of different work that they've done in Cleveland, including but not limited to the Canal Basin Park work that's ongoing. So we're grateful to work with these incredible partners. Quick recap, Midline is Cleveland's largest ever industrial redevelopment project. We're looking to transform more than 350 acres of disinvested industrial land into a thriving business district connected by a greenway. This spans from Euclid Avenue in the north all the way to Opportunity Corridor in the south along the Norfolk Southern rail line, which bisects the Central and Fairfax neighborhoods of Cleveland. So here's our current timeline. We are expecting to have a final package master plan by the end of this month. And then building on this work, we're also planning to deliver some schematic designs of trails in the open spaces that we're proposing along the corridor as well, informed by our community engagement by the end of September. We've also been working on design guidelines, which Tim and Jesse will share a little bit more about today. But importantly, we wanted to also mention, community engagement is a core pillar of this work and throughout our entire process. So I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Orlando Grant, to share a little bit more about our work on this front.
So
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a little delusional right now at this time. I'm angry, as they say. But no, in all seriousness, one of the key components of how we was established with the site readiness was really about creating the jobs for people of the neighborhoods, for people in the city of Cleveland, and ultimately to help create an economic engine. But there was no way that we as the professionals, the talking heads, were going to be the ones who lead this. We wanted our residents, the people that would be impacted by this on a day-to-day basis. And what I mean by that, when you live in a certain neighborhood and we're bringing this investment to that neighborhood, we wanted you to be a part of those conversations. Not only what is going to be coming to the neighborhood, what it's going to look like, what does it feel, how is it going to impact your day-to-day livelihood, and creating the pathway or the platform for those residents to be not only engaged but to be active participant was very key. And what it would be as we do, as I put my glasses on. So some of the things we've been doing just over the last, I would say 2 to 3 months to, just to kind of highlight, it went anywhere from resident engagement with residents. We met them at a library, and all of our engagement has been taking place right in the neighborhood. So we didn't want to take them to locations outside of that neighborhood, but then taking there. Tours, community engagement sessions at the library, additional community sessions at some of our nonprofits that are taking place. And it's all part of the effort of creating a sense of ownership, not in a physical sense, but in a literal sense, where individuals say, hey, I was a part of that. I was a part of the engagement. These all include, we've probably been on about 30 different tours over the last, that you guys were a part of as well, but about 30 different tours over the last 4 or 5 months, where we are really looking at every aspect, every opportunity to engage the community. The community is not just only residents, but this is nonprofits, other organizations, faith-based organizations, CBO, community-based organizations as a part of that, as well as elected officials, philanthropic organizations as well. Those engagements that what led to a variety of individuals, whether it be youth, whether it be philanthropy, whether it be elected officials, whether it be out-of-town guests. When the Big Bets conference was here in Cleveland, we took a tour of Midline for folks that have nothing to do with the city of Cleveland outside of coming here for that conference, and they were so thoroughly impressed. Those are the type of engagements that we want to continue to let them know that we, as a part of the spirit to it, but anchor and real foundation of this is going to be with our residents leading the way. And we're excited to be working with a variety of different partners that do include the CBCs, Burndale, Midtown, Fairfax, as well as a portion of Sloppy Village. We had some initial conversation with them. So this is all a part of our full endeavor, but ultimately we're really looking at and leaning on our residents to help us, guide us, and direct us as we continue to elevate this plan and move it forward for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Orlando. So during our last presentation, we shared about the trail route, about our land use plan, about some of the open spaces that we're proposing while previewing the design guidelines. So today we're really excited to be diving a little bit deeper into the design guidelines while also respecting your time. So we'll try to get through these slides pretty quick. So I'll hand it over to Tim and Jesse and Joe to share more about our master plan.
Thank you.
Next, should I click?
So, yeah, we'll start with the master plan, then we'll go into the design guidelines. Wait, sorry, can you go back?
There we go.
You got it?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. Go back. Yeah. So we go. Okay, all right. So, right.
There's a slight
Delay. Okay, gotcha. So this map represents the overall master plan vision. It highlights a couple of main components. The color blocks in purple spanning from Midtown down to Kingsman. That represents different land use. Primarily, it's purple representing light industrial. Your warehouse, your makerspace, R&D spaces. Those are the future industrial jobs. There's a block of yellow in the middle there at the intersection of the rail and Central. That represents mixed use, infill, housing. Another main component, of course, we've been talking about is the greenway. That's the bold green line going again from Midtown, also parallel to the existing elevated rail down to
the opportunity corridor. That strings together, of course, a number of open spaces and parks that we had talked about, and also ties into existing transit corridors, of course, the Euclid Ave, Health Line to the north, and then a number of RTA transit stations, as well as the trail by the opportunity corridor. And last but not least, the lighter green lines that you see there going from east to west, from, for example, Cedar, Central, Quincy, et cetera. That represents improved east-west connections that are pedestrian and bicycle oriented, dedicated bike lanes, widened sidewalks, street trees, et cetera, to start to, of course, tie the project, the Green Line, to the neighborhood and vice versa, and also begin to stitch together Central and Fairfax that's been, in many ways divided by the wall that is the elevated railroad. So we'll go more into these in, the other way, to more detail. Starting with the land use, this is just looking at the land use. Only difference here is that we've further differentiated the purple into the purple and blue. So there's this little pockets of blue in the north and the south. That represents R&D. Generally, R&D is better suited to smaller, more constricted parcels, whereas the larger purple parcels represent more high bay, larger scale industrial uses. So just to give you a sense of scale and the kind of buildings we're talking about, these images on the right in the purple outline represent or correspond to those purple parcels on the map on the left. Large one-story high bay, those are like warehousing, distribution, production spaces. They require a lot of loading bays typically and servicing. Next slide. The blue, these are typically going to be more multi-story R&D buildings. They are typically like maker spaces, sometimes have offices, as well as connection to loading docks as well. Just going to the next slide. In the orange there, these are more mixed use. Sometimes you have housing above a light industrial use, as well as down to the scale of duplexes and fourplex buildings that are much more appropriate to the scale of many of the neighborhoods that are adjacent to it. The yellow I meant to say is meant to kind of buffer, for example, some of the 1- and 2-story neighborhoods in Fairfax from the future industrial uses. And finally, Jill will get more into the open space in Greenway, but these are the kinds of shared use paths that and open spaces that we're thinking about. The path, some images on the top two, passive and active open spaces in the middle, and enhanced stormwater features and areas to the south. So I'll pass it to Tim, who will speak more to the test fits that we did in these particular parcels.
Yeah, and when we were.
Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Oh, you're mute.
Oh, when we were engaged by the Site Readiness Fund to join the consultant team, one of the first questions they asked was, they were already marketing to developers and companies to come to the site or consider sites. Where do buildings fit, and where do bigger buildings fit, and where do bigger buildings don't fit? And we recommended doing a comprehensive, what we call a development test fit. We looked at all of the sites that the Site Readiness Fund controls, and we just took a first pass at laying out buildings. And that helped be clear about how much potential commercial and industrial real estate was available. But it also meant, because we had to figure out when we did those test fits where trucks would get to loading docks, how a larger kind of urban design pattern might be conceived. And so what you're seeing on the right are those test fits. They went through a couple of rounds. I'm going to zero in a minute. And it was important too that every industrial building has a people side where people work, and then it has a loading dock side. And so that was part of the pattern. I'm going to do this. There we go. This is just a blow up to give you a sense of what those drawings look like. You can see the trucks backed up to the loading docks. The gray are the buildings, and the dashed areas in those buildings are the kind of active edges, which are either employee areas, or if the companies have showrooms or places where they meet wholesalers and that kind of thing. Just to give you a flavor of that. I see I'm losing you already, so I'm going to move quickly. The consequence of that study is we were able to drill into the streets that were more likely to have truck traffic. These aren't dedicated truck routes. They're still going to be shared streets. And which streets would be more conducive to more pedestrian-friendly activation. And so, in a way, we use the test fits to reverse engineer to an urban design plan, to a master plan. What you see in the purple again on the left are the ways the trucks would get to the loading docks, and what you're seeing is Jesse previewed on the left, those streets that are more conducive to bike accommodation, again, to kind of activation. And these are some illustrations we did about how these big buildings in a way dovetail into those sites. But they demonstrate maybe even more clearly how we're thinking about those buildings relative to the abutting neighborhoods. And I'm going to drill into some details here. Again, the yellow buildings are residential or mixed-use infill that buffers the Fairfax neighborhood from the larger format buildings that are to come. And then we dealt with those buildings off of 55th far enough that they would also buffer the residential neighborhoods to the west. But you can see the potential relationship between different format buildings. All of the blue buildings are either parts of the big buildings where people are, and we made sure that those were organized in ways that made sense, or those R&D buildings, those smaller industrial commercial buildings that Jesse talked about. Just some more views down the corridor. Joe's going to talk about the open spaces in a minute. And then a view down at the opportunity corridor about what future development might look like. So this is where I hand it over to Joe.
Thank you. So as we look at the greenway and open spaces, each space kind of has its own characteristics based on what used to be in these spaces and how they've changed over time as nature has reclaimed certain aspects of these spaces. And so we're really looking at what are these spaces capable of being in the future? And how can we pair that with the uses that the community has told us they would like to see in green spaces and trails in the neighborhood? So overall, you know, we have about 2 miles of, am I going the right way? I think I am. About 2 miles of trail connecting Opportunity Corridor to Euclid Avenue and the Health Tech Corridor. We see this as an opportunity to also connect into the city and the Cleveland Foundation's East 66th Street trail network, which will eventually connect up to Superior Avenue and hopefully over to the Superior Midway. Our future hopes is that this can get us all the way to the lake, which is probably just another 1/4 mile north, and connect into the Lakefront Bikeway, Sailing Center, and everything happening at the lake. And then to the south, we would like to connect into Opportunity Corridor, and there's an opportunity to continue on beyond that on 79th and 78th to reach Morgana Run Trail all the way to the south. But currently we're focusing at between Euclid Avenue and Opportunity Corridor. Along this greenway network, there are opportunities for open spaces and parks, which we've kind of given unofficial names to at this time just to kind of identify them. But there are about 4 spaces which make up about 10 acres of green space, all of which have very different characteristics currently. And so we're working with Merritt Chase to identify and the steering committee to identify what the potential future uses of these spaces could be and what the program of each space could look like. So we've outlined different typologies for the actual greenway and trail route, how they intersect and traverse different areas, whether it's, you know, a greenway on a sidewalk, under an underpass, through an open space, elevated railways, et cetera, et cetera. And then we're identifying typologies for different uses And this is based off of information that we've heard from the community and the steering committee at this point. So as Sarah said, Merritt Chase is currently working on schematic designs for these green spaces and the greenway, which we hope to have a draft of by the end of September. As well as the design, we're looking at what the overall stormwater management looks like for these spaces. We think there are areas of opportunity for enhancement and integration of well-designed stormwater management systems throughout, as well as an overall phasing plan. So what can we do in the short term to begin activating these spaces and show real material change throughout the neighborhood in thoughtful ways that kind of build on one another towards, you know, a future goal of X, Y, and Z. All right.
There's so many buttons. Yeah, we also early on in our engagement, because the Site Readiness Fund was already having conversations again with potential developers, companies to come to the district. There was a general question: how do we communicate efficiently to potential partners what our expectations are from a design standpoint? And this is one of the advantages that a redevelopment agency has. You know, they're engaging people, and through that engagement, agreements are made even outside of city zoning, that these are our expectations. And so the decision was made to develop some design guidelines that would be used upfront at the point of sale, let's say, for those expectations, along with the financial expectations about companies and developers landing here, but also as a way to think through what a zoning change might be to make the sites truly site ready. And Jesse's going to talk in a minute about there's, I think, 16 different zoning districts where we're showing these illustrations. And so there's a double purpose to the design guidelines, if that makes sense. Back to Jesse.
Okay, so I'm going to try to speed through these. I know it's getting late. And next slide. I do just want to say up top some of the design principles that we had in mind as we crafted these design guidelines. You know, we wanted to create a consistent tree wall and streetscape so that there's a clear identity to the.
Real quick, I'm going to help you here. I assume you work with the city of Cleveland on zoning and understanding form-based code. So in that context, if you can go through quickly, because I have to trust the process. We have to trust the process. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll cover all of these. No, I totally understand. We want to integrate the Midline Greenway in the design guidelines. We want to make sure that human-centered uses are close to the street and activate the street. We want to balance pedestrian and bicycle accommodations with truck access to minimize conflict between those two routes. Leverage stormwater management as visual amenities so that detention ponds aren't just purely functional, and then buffer industrial uses from existing residential fabric. Next slide. As I mentioned, in the master plan, we mapped out active uses. Those are the ones, again, that are meant to be more walkable, interesting, appealing, versus secondary streets that are more general, maybe for truck servicing. The high-level takeaway is that for those important active streets, there are more design guidelines. And then for the less important streets, there are less. That's what the diagram on the right represents. And then Midline Greenway, we conceive of also as kind of a public corridor, or even a street, so to speak, and it also has some design guidelines. Next slide. So design guidelines, there are 3 sections. One's on site layout, one's on landscape design, and the last is on building design. For site layout, again, high level, we want these buildings not traditionally to be in the middle of these blocks surrounded by a sea of asphalt and trucks and cars, but instead push them closer to the street, have those active uses, those human-centered spaces like lobbies, offices, maker spaces. Against the street, they're much more interesting. Put the loading apron and parking at the side or rear. Next. For site layout, also the greenway is this really interesting, unique public corridor that weaves through some of the parcels. How do you integrate that in design guidelines? What we did was basically every parcel that has the greenway running through it has to further set back side and rear by the same amount of the width of the trail, and has to acknowledge and activate it as well. Moving on to the landscape design, the area between the building and the street is really important. We call that the frontage zone. Basically, right, that's the interface between the public realm and these buildings. Basically, these developments have to have a special treatment here beyond just, like a lawn. So they could choose between 3 examples of options: stormwater feature, a plaza with public amenities like seating, street trees, or native planting buffer. And there's flexibility for how much and how they design that, but they have to do a better job than just, a lawn or asphalt. In the design, in the landscape design, there's also additional guidance on stormwater management, such as like different species or dimensional requirements, planting buffers, also the different kinds of spacing of trees, visual opacity, et cetera, that would again buffer from parking lots and nearby neighbors. Last section, building design. These buildings, you probably can imagine, if left just to the market, they tend to be big blank boxes. How do we make sure that they're better than that, hold them to a higher standard? We provide a couple of different options and design strategies. For example, varying the roof form, requiring windows, et cetera, et cetera. So just to give you a sense of 2 of these, there are particular guidance on, minimum pitches, the rhythm of these roof forms, and examples in the guideline booklet that we're making that would show acceptable and references. Another option, many of these buildings, because they're warehouses or other uses that are non-human centered, it's not really feasible to have windows everywhere. They're expensive. But what are other strategies that we can acquire that they're still interesting to walk by and that feels, again, distinct and more interesting? Lastly, we also wrote building signage design guidelines to promote and celebrate interesting signage, so that these properties would, probably display their companies and also bring additional character to the district. My last slide before I turn over to Sarah, as Tim had alluded to, the design guidelines is also sort of meant to inform future form-based zoning. The reason there, again, is that existing zoning does not work for the master plan vision that we have. It's either, there are some 18 different districts, each with their own dimensional requirements, et cetera. Some of them are too permissive, some of them are too restrictive, et cetera, and they don't acknowledge the greenway, of course. So we're currently initiated conversation with planning staff, including Director Mersman as well. So I will pass it back to Sarah.
And Sarah, in your wrap up, if you could just share for us, kind of just as a preview, like what are we going to be voting on, or you answer that, or the director, just so we have clarity on what's to come, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, today was informational only. We're looking forward to returning to the commission to present a draft master plan. This will include all of those elements outlined on the previous slide, the land use plan, design guidelines, and others. So we're preparing that final packaged product, and then we'll return to the commission to present that, and hopefully this fall is our plan. So wanted to conclude with a couple questions. High level, any other points of specificity, anything that we should be thinking about bringing to this commission ahead of presenting that draft master plan? We want to make sure to be prepared as we come back.
Sure, I'll try and keep this brief. So I always have thoughts. No, first of all, I want to commend you because as much as you are creating new, but what's vitally important is how you stitch it back into the neighborhood and sort of weave back in. And I think you're starting to understand the typologies and sort of the massing and that's necessary to do that. My bigger concern is, obviously, and you're going to create this swath of development in the midline. And it's gonna probably feel like a Frederick Law Olmsted park design. You know, I'm being facetious, but you know, beyond that, right? I mean, and I'm not asking you guys to manifest anything beyond what your charge is, but as you start talking to the Fairfaxes and Burton Bell Cars of the world, what are the plans to start filling in the teeth, right? What, you know, you guys are going to feed off of one another. Hopefully, that's the concept. And lastly, this is just an observation. You guys do what you want until you actually create that brand, which is I see it forming. You know, I think it would help immensely if you begin to make the streets more legible. So when you're looking at it, I know Chester, I know what's there, but to the layperson, and as you start talking about it, one day you're not going to have to do that because you know you're going to create that sense of ownership, and when people are going to point, they're going to know what they're pointing to and understand how it might impact where they live. Because for us, we know where the streets are, 79th, East 55th, East 66, and you know, the Chesters, the Euclid, Cedars, those are very important points to identify when people are trying to consume and absorb what you're presenting. Thanks.
Vice Chair. I had an opportunity to do a tour. Was that this week? Yeah, okay. This week. Not like it was a month ago, but okay, it was this week with some members of the site readiness, and so it's fresh on my mind. You know, I think looking at your second question up here, you know, we meaning the commission members hold various expertise and knowledge, right? And complement one another, right? So there's things that I for sure do not know that August knows really well or the councilman knows really well, and that's how we're able to balance our perspective. But always leading with the layperson, the resident, the Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, who may not have any of the technical knowledge about what is happening to them. And I know we talked a lot about the community engagement, both when I did the tour this week as well as in this presentation. But just being cognizant of carrying people with you and not allowing them to feel or having them feel like it's being done to them, right? And there's a very big difference. And I think Vice Chair's point is very well taken about even beyond, right? We're not unreasonable to say now you Site Readiness Fund need to be responsible for the entire city of Cleveland, right? But at minimum, communicative with those, right, that are also in the adjacent areas, you know, advancing development. And I think just, you know, I get this a lot even from my board, like kitchen table speak, right? Mm-hmm. We get very jargony, we get very wonky, right? And, you know, one of the offerings I shared with them was like a drone, like how they took me on a tour, like doing that in drone form. Because without seeing the full breadth and depth, even though I've read articles, obviously I have the advantage of being on this commission and hearing presentations, it didn't fully sink for me until I drove around with you all. And so I want that same perspective to be made available to any Clevelander that wants to see it. And again, I know oral history and historical context is going to be a big part of this continuing on. It already has, and it will continue to be so. But how do we appeal to both the toddler who, you know, has no clue what this means for them and their life in 20 years, and the elder grandma who wants to make sure that the legacy that she's leaving behind is going to be better for her grandchildren than maybe it was for her?
Oh, you just reminded me of something. And another thing, no, I'm low energy, but when I get like that, I get hyper. Probably too much information. No, as you do plan and you move forward, I think it's incredibly important to remember not just what we think about youth. I mean, it's about what youth think. I mean, they're going to be using this. I ain't going to be on this planet when you're done. Right? I'm probably not going to see a lot of this stuff manifest itself. So it would be awesome to somehow engage a youth council and you know, to get them involved so that it does two things. They have a voice and they bring their own type of agency in their peer groups, but they also have the ability to see things we don't. Right? And at the end of the day, we need to teach and educate and mentor young folks to be civically minded about their cities, to be the cheerleaders that we need when we're not there or when we can't do it anymore. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I just want to mention too, you know, personal planning perspective, like I think that kids are some of the best planners that we have, you know, and we've been so grateful to engage with Magnet over the course of this summer with their high school students, working through some park space designs after taking them out to the sites on bike tours. And that's been just so eye-opening and really informative to this master planning process. So thank you for those points.
I think to Vice Chair's point, I know we're getting very late, but just I previously worked at Neighborhood Progress, and I remember a series of charrette sessions that a colleague at the time was holding for Britt Oval, which is, if you're familiar with the St. Luke's campus on the east side. And the wild and zany ideas that the children who were part of the Boys and Girls Club, which was also in the building, I mean, from like Ferris wheel to this and that, but it also like created this space that what may seem impossible can be possible, and really trying to suss out like, okay, so what feel do you get when you're on a Ferris wheel? We may not be able to produce a Ferris wheel, but what is that feeling? What do you see? What do you feel in your like soul, right? And then like, what are other ways that we can replicate that? And I think the the blinders that unfortunately as you get older that some people put on, right, of like Ferris wheel, like that would never be possible. And it may not be, but like let's try to suss out a little bit from like, well, what's that feeling? And like how can we try to replicate that feeling, even if we can't produce that physical, you know, sort of manifestation of a Ferris wheel. And I just remember sitting in those charrettes and like seeing the excitement in the kids' eyes and like what was possible. And I'm like, I would have never thought of those things, right? But again, you know, you get old and stodgy and
Lastly, I'm sorry to belabor this. Is important because my son is 24 years old. He sat in more boardrooms, more planning. My wife used to be the chair at Landmarks, and he was involved. And for that reason, he's probably the most well-adjusted person I know because he gives back. He still mentors incoming freshmen coming into college. And so he learns how to give back. So I think that's important. And lastly, and more importantly, it would be nice to see them come here and listen to this proceeding or a proceeding where they can actually see sort of the work they put into it and their influence, that ultimately gets presented and approved by this commission. So don't forget about it. I think that's vitally important.
I'm really good at convincing schools to make independent study for credit. So talk to me on the side about that one.
All right, I'm tired. That's all my energy that left.
But we still have one more.
I know.
Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll see you in a couple months.
Thanks. That's a good time.
Yes. All right. Second to last, although I feel like we might jump the director. Can I say that on the record? She has a report to our lovely fellow. Pardon? I'm like, am I allowed to say that on the record? Are you going to present from there or are you going to come up here with us?
I think I'll present from here because I have to, it's a map, so it isn't the presentation.
If you could just bring your mic down a little bit just so the remaining folks here can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I understand that it's been a long day, but I'll make it really short and quick. I worked on a lot of really cool projects this summer. This is my last week in Cleveland and the City Planning Commission. But I really loved my time here. And I've gotten to work on a lot of really diverse cool stuff, for lack of a better word. I just really liked everything I've worked on. I think it's always fun to come from a academic background and then come and see whatever you learn about on a map in school happen in real life. So this is my first experience of doing that since coming to planning school. So I just wanted to show some of the work that I was working on. So I remember from the last council meeting, there were a couple of comments regarding the comp plan and about how it needs to be a live map to keep adding things to and to keep sort of enriching it over time to become this like one data source for everything. So Adam and I were trying to think of how to do that on the map. And I put together a bunch of projects that are happening around Cleveland onto one map. And I'm trying to build this one single map where every project is sort of its own information source with documentation around it, when it started, what's going on, if it's ongoing or if it's completed, what kind of project it is. And I'm trying to classify every project according to the design, the area of design, like the neighborhood it's sitting in. And if it's a multi-neighborhood project, then it's a large-scale area plan. And I classified them as mixed use, comprehensive, transportation, and recreation. And hopefully there'll be more and more categories as more and more projects come up, and it can just be all added to this like one map. Along with that, the purple swath on the entire map is general investment areas that the Parks and Rec Department identified, I think, in 2024. And the yellow parts are all the environmentally, like they're the Center for Environmental Justice and Social Protection. But basically, it's about the most, how do I say, the most injustice. There's been the most environmental injustice in these particular areas on the map. So I think there are projects happening in those areas of the map, large comprehensive plans that are happening, neighborhood plans that are happening, where it overlaps with these areas. So I think like it's a great thing that projects like that are already happening. But hopefully, like when I come back to Cleveland, hopefully in a year, or if not, if I come back even like 5 years later, like I don't want to see any purple on this map. The entire thing should just be yellow, red, and blue, so that there's projects happening everywhere. That'd be really exciting. The second thing I was working on was some. The second thing that I was working on was some housing study in St. Clair and Huff. Part of this was done in 2025, but I was trying to expand on what was done already and look at different variables and try and add on to some of that. So throughout my internship, I've pretty much gone to Adam for every stupid question I had about everything in Cleveland. And I've added everything to this one story map that in the future can be sent to made public, essentially on the website. Some of the different things that I considered was the kind of vacancy that was there, and I filtered it for residential vacancy, and I tried to build maybe like a distress map of like what are the most distressed areas on the map. And I also tried to see there's lands that are owned by the city, county, and commercially in the same area. So and there's different stakeholders, which I will come to later. So I was trying to see like if property values and grades have something to do with where you would consider putting housing first. If you had so many parcels and less housing to put, like you have to be strategic about where you place those housing units. So I started there, and then I looked at different variables to try and see if I could map a trend. So the purple on the left was the property grades, which is the values now of housing. But the blue is actually the future trend, as in the larger area where they project market growth in housing. So the current trend and the future trend sometimes overlap, but sometimes they don't. So this could maybe, the blue portions could maybe inform future housing decisions, even if currently there's no high grade housing in the area. I also kept overlapping other areas, other maps. One of them was a ground truthing project, layers, where people had to mark them on field maps, mark parcels on field maps according to what they'd like to see there. And I just kept layering things and trying to see what would come out of it. The blue and the red portions, this triangle and this Z, is essentially what was thought of last year to be potential sites to place modular housing. But since then, we've identified that this place is a good place to start, this corner in St. Clair. And Western Land Reserve, using the Bezos Earth Fund, has also been working on greening efforts in the area. So they've identified streets where they want to start. So if we overlay everything and you see tree equity scores and Western Land Reserve's greening efforts and housing, it could make for a really cool starting point for a larger neighborhood housing and greening revitalization project. And yeah, these are all the different stakeholders that are working on this. But going forward, I'm sure there'll be so much more work that happens. But yeah, I've really liked working on this project. It's been really fun. And the last thing that I worked on was, it's pretty brief and simple, but I was working on some of the Cuyahoga Greenways signage placements for their bikeways. And I haven't done anything. I did signages, when I was an architect, I did signages inside a housing project before, like this is the basement and this is the clubhouse and this is the, but I've never done placements on roads and streets. So this was new for me. And apart from this, I've worked on transportation demand management policy things. And I've also done a bunch of other smaller projects, but overall, I've just really loved my time here. I've really loved working with everybody I have worked with. I want to thank Adam for all of his time and guidance, and Callie for her guidance. And just thank you for being patient. I understand it's been a long day. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Right?
I
I'm
not just like to visit.
Not to visit.
We need brain game. And it's Cornell, right?
Yeah.
My sister and my brother-in-law both went to Cornell. They live here, so I can connect. I can connect you with some of them. Okay. We can talk about the rooting you back after. Commission members, any comments before we wrap up? I know the planning department is going to miss you. I can see it in their faces. So while we only got 2 little quick snippets of presentation, I can see how much value that you've brought to our city. So we're saying it in jest, but we really do hope you consider Cleveland a place that could be long-term home for you. So wishing you best, all the best at the back to school this semester.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director.
Extra thanks to Suprita is all I have. And thanks to you guys for hanging with us for this long.
Thank you. At 2:07, we are adjourning today's meeting. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone.